Welcome to Domain 4 of the Security Plus Exam Cram Series 2024 edition. Here in Domain 4 we'll focus on security operations, and this is the biggest domain of the lot at 9 parts. So let me just give you a quick preview. We'll start by exploring security techniques for computing resources before diving into the security implications of asset management. We'll discuss activities associated with vulnerability management. We'll delve into alerting and monitoring, both tools and concepts. We'll review enterprise capabilities commonly used to enhance security. We'll touch on identity and access management. We'll have a look at how automation and orchestration influence security operations, one of the most interesting aspects of the SOC. We'll walk through the 7 phases of incident response, my favorite. And we'll wrap with a discussion of data sources to support investigation. Now, security operations is where many begin their cybersecurity career. Get your arms around these topics and you have a big head start. Let's dig in. You'll find a PDF copy of this presentation available in the video description, intended for you to download and use in your exam preparation. And the chapters within this course should appear automatically on the timeline, but just in case, you'll find a table of contents that's clickable in the video description, so you can hop forward and back in the video as necessary as you prepare. And as with the previous release of the Security Plus exam, I recommend the official study guide from Cybex, which includes 500 practice questions, 100 flashcards, and 2 practice exams, as well as the companion practice test manual, which brings another 1,000 practice questions and 2 practice exams. And if you register for the online resources so you can leverage these questions in an electronic format, I believe it's all the practice quizzing you're going to need to prepare yourself for exam day. And I will leave you links in the video description to the least expensive copies on Amazon.com. And the focus of Domain 4 is security operations. And as always, we're going to go line by line through every topic mentioned in the official exam syllabus. Now, in section 4.1, we'll talk through common security techniques. More specifically, the syllabus asks us, given a scenario, to apply common security techniques to computing resources. So our focus here is understanding how to secure various infrastructure and services. We'll talk about secure baselines. We'll look at hardening a variety of targets, wireless devices, mobile solutions. We'll look at wireless security settings like WPA3 and Radius, and we'll talk about application security before we wrap up with sandboxing and monitoring our security. Up first is secure baselines, and there are 3 terms you need to be familiar with. A control, which is a high-level description of a feature or activity that needs to be addressed and is not specific to a technology or implementation. We have a benchmark, which contains security recommendations for a specific technology, such as an infrastructure as a service VM. And then we have the baseline, which is the implementation of the benchmark on the individual service. So a control is expressed in a benchmark. Controls are collectively expressed in a benchmark, and the benchmark is implemented through a baseline. So said another way, benchmarks are recommended configuration baselines and best practices for securely configuring a system. And these guides will come from a number of sources. So for example, a platform or a vendor will release guides for their products so they can be set up securely, making them less vulnerable to attack. They'll provide a guide that gives you recommended configuration. Now, in the world of web servers, you have 2 main web servers used by commercial companies. There's IIS, Internet Information Server from Microsoft, and the Linux-based Apache. And because web servers are public-facing, they're prime targets for hackers. So to help reduce the risk, both Microsoft and Apache provide security guides to help teams reduce the attack surface, making them more secure. And regardless of the vendor, these guides are always going to advise that updates should always be in place, unneeded services should be disabled, and the operating system hardened to minimize the risk of security breach. On that topic of operating systems, most of your vendors, like Microsoft, have guides that detail the best practices for installing their operating systems. And there are certainly operating system benchmarks from industry organizations like the Center for Internet Security. So you can certainly find multiple opinions on how to most securely harden an operating system. And vendors will produce guides on how to configure their application, web, email, or database servers to make them less vulnerable to attack. The same is true of network infrastructure devices. Companies like Cisco produce benchmarks for secure configuration of their devices. But benchmarks aim to ease the process of securing a component, reducing its attack footprint, and minimizing risk of security breach. And two processes that go hand in hand with implementing and maintaining your benchmarks are configuration and change management. And we could throw asset management in there for good measure because we need to know what assets there are out there that we have to secure. But if we implement configuration and change management properly, we can prevent security-related incidents and outages. So configuration management ensures our systems are configured similarly and the configurations are known and documented. And that's where a baseline can be very helpful. Baselining ensures systems are deployed with a common starting point, and imaging is actually one common baselining method, where we have a virtual machine image, or on the client side of the house we'll have an operating system image that can be deployed to a system, to any given hardware. And change management goes hand in hand with configuration management as the policy outlining procedures for processing changes. This is going to help reduce the risk associated with change, including outages or even weakened security from unauthorized or unwanted changes. Change management generally requires changes to be requested, approved, tested, and documented. You typically have a test plan, a rollout plan, and a rollback plan. So if we look at the syllabus, with the mention of secure baselines, they divide it into three sections: establish, deploy, and maintain. So you can think of that as three phases of the process. So to establish, we identify assets. We do some threat modeling to understand where our vulnerabilities lie. Where is our attack surface? We go find those benchmarks or create benchmarks of our own if we must. We assess the risk. What are our vulnerabilities? What are the most likely to be exploited, and what is the cost if they are? And then we tailor to our environment. When it comes to deployment, there is one thing that's very important, I think, most important perhaps, and that is automation to eliminate human error. So we have consistent deployment. We do that with configuration management tools. We can use Active Directory group policy for some configurations like our clients and Windows servers. Mobile device management tools for our mobile devices using tools like Microsoft Intune or AirWatch. When we think about our applications, and definitely in the cloud, this is especially true, DevOps, we use CI/CD, continuous integration and continuous deployment or delivery. We use infrastructure as code, which expresses our cloud infrastructure as code. So a VM and a specific VM configuration can be expressed as code in, say, a JSON file with the Azure platform, or using Terraform, which is multi-platform for infrastructure as code. And then change management is an underpinning here, a process that supports the secure deployment and maintenance. And then how do we maintain our secure baselines? How do we watch for configuration drift? Well, we can perform vulnerability scans on a regular basis. I like to make sure these happen at least monthly. Patch management's very important. Monitoring our configuration and alerting on any changes. Periodic baseline review and update where necessary. For example, we may need to update the minimum operating system version in a specific baseline. So we expect that baseline is going to need a little refresh over time. And then auditing. Making sure we're collecting logs so we have that audit trail and we have a means to review those logs. But it takes solid standards, tooling, automation, and maintenance to implement and maintain secure baselines over time. An ongoing process, not a one-time event. Now we're going to move on to hardening our targets. So what is the practice of hardening exactly? So hardening is the practice of reducing a system's attack surface, thereby enhancing its overall security posture. So let's run through the list of devices we need to be familiar with hardening for the exam. So we have mobile devices where we can require strong passwords, app management, minimum OS updates, remote wipe, and we can disable unused features. We're going to dig into mobile device management in greater depth here in just a moment. For our workstations, strong login credentials, we disable unneeded services, we configure least privilege access for our users and applications, implement anti-malware, and a host firewall. And the last on the list, the host firewall, used to be pretty uncommon, used to be pretty rare that organizations would get around to implementing that on their workstations, but it's actually very important for reducing the risk of lateral movement if a workstation is compromised. Because your workstations don't have all that much need to talk to one another in most cases. Collaboration is happening through cloud services of various sorts nowadays, like Office 365, so peer-to-peer is much less common as a need. Similar approach to network devices. Strong passwords, disabling unused features, firmware updates, access control lists, network segmentation. Next, we have cloud infrastructure, where identity and access management, encryption, logging and monitoring, and secure configuration are all top of mind. And remembering some of those techniques I mentioned, CI/CD, infrastructure as code, part of a DevOps practice. In fact, DevOps, CI/CD, and infrastructure as code are absolutely the standard in cloud compute today. Next, we have industrial control systems and SCADA. So here, segmentation or isolation, physical security, change management, password management, consistent monitoring of system health and configuration. Remember, your manufacturing and utility type systems like electrical and water factor in this category, so they tend to be more mission critical functions, which is in part why physical security gets an explicit mention in this list. Next, we have embedded systems and real-time operating systems. So here, secure coding practices, designing systems with limited functionality or implementing only the necessary functions if it's not a system we designed. Keeping the firmware up to date. Remember, embedded systems should be managed like a computer to the degree that is possible. Code reviews, limited network access, secure boot. Last but not least, the Internet of Things. So here, strong passwords, firmware updates, network segmentation, limiting functionality, basically disabling features we're not going to use, and always implementing secure communication protocols. Server hardening was in the middle of this list. I wanted to break server hardening out separately for a bit more detailed discussion. So as we mentioned, hardening is configuring a machine into a secure state through application of a configuration baseline. And there are multiple options for applying that configuration baseline. We can apply it to a single VM image, or we can create a VM template that is then used to deploy all of our VMs, so they're the same every time. And you have options for your hardened VM image. It can be customer defined by your cloud service provider and in their catalog, or even from a third party, which your cloud service providers often make available through a cloud marketplace. For example, the Center for Internet Security offers hardened VM images in CSP marketplaces. So you can begin with a VM that has a hardened operating system that has already implemented the CIS recommended baseline. And for example, once we have that hardened image, then we can talk about how we manage deployment and changes. And just a moment ago, I mentioned infrastructure as code is the norm in the cloud. It's the management of cloud infrastructure, meaning our networks, VMs, load balancers, other cloud services, even our connection topology, described in code. And each of your cloud service providers will have a standard language that they recommend, that they implement for describing infrastructure as code, and then you'll find some multi-platform infrastructure as code options out there like Terraform. But just as the same source code generates the same binary, code in the infrastructure as code model results in the same environment every time it's applied. So infrastructure as code is a key DevOps practice. It's used in conjunction with continuous integration and continuous delivery, or sometimes called continuous deployment. And the deployment is largely automated through what we call a CI/CD pipeline. But as I mentioned, these three, infrastructure as code, CI/CD, and DevOps, are standard elements of deployment, change, and release in the cloud. DevSecOps, which incorporates security throughout the process, is also quickly growing in popularity. A few other bits I want to just touch on about the operating system in general. Pretty basic stuff if you worked with securing operating systems before, but if not, you'll have the basics in case they pop up on the exam. So again, making sure that we close listening ports that are not needed. We only have ports allowed through the host-based firewall that are absolutely necessary. We filter to restrict traffic, and we disable any services entirely that are unneeded if we can. So ideally we want to disable those unnecessary services, but worst case we can block them through our firewall, just disallow the traffic in or out. On Windows systems, you'll have the registry, which should be access restricted, and updates to the registry controlled through policy, and we should always take a backup of the registry before we start making changes. Even when you make configurations through group policy or through the Windows user interface, many of those settings take hold as changes to the registry. Disk encryption, another common technique. So drive encryption can prevent unwanted access to data in a variety of circumstances, such as a lost or stolen device. So here we use full disk encryption. That's BitLocker on Windows. It's dmcrypt if you're running Linux. And again, we talked about OS hardening, so hardening the operating system through security baselines that we get from either the vendor or from industry organizations, or we develop ourselves as a custom standard tailored to our organization and use cases. And we can apply all of these through group policies, infrastructure as code, or other management tools, and just about everything on this list can be implemented through baselines. And one more thing we should talk about here is patch management, making sure we're rolling out updates on a regular basis. So you'll hear this called update management sometimes. So patch management ensures that systems are kept up to date with current patches. The process should evaluate, test, approve, and deploy the patches. And that being said, patch management in some environments is coordinated through change control. So that process is documented and announced through the change management process. System audits can verify the deployment of approved patches to the system, and we want to make sure that we're patching both the native operating system and third-party applications. Pretty common, we see operating system patch management well maintained and third-party applications sometimes forgotten. And many of your vendors will roll out patches on a regular basis. For example, Microsoft has Patch Tuesday, but sometimes there'll be an urgent patch, what we call an out-of-band patch. Oftentimes these are for a critical issue and they should be deployed promptly. But organizations without patch management will experience outages from known issues that could have been prevented simply through keeping patches up to date. Moving on to wireless devices, we'll start with the site survey, which is the process of investigating the presence, strength, and reach of wireless access points deployed in an environment. A site survey generally involves walking around with a portable wireless device, taking note of the wireless signal strength and mapping this on a plot or schematic of the building. And from this information, we can develop a heat map. A heat map in wireless network coverage is a visual representation of signal strength across an area. So you'll have strong signal areas that are typically colored green or blue and indicate optimal signal strength for reliable connections and fast data transfer. And then we have the weak signal areas, typically colored yellow, orange, or red, and represent areas with poor signal quality that may experience slow speeds, drop connections, or unreliable performance. And this can help us in planning access point placement. By identifying the weak signal areas, the network professional can strategically position access points to improve overall coverage and eliminate those dead zones. This can also help in troubleshooting network issues. It allows for more targeted troubleshooting efforts and optimizing network performance. The heat map can be used to assess the effectiveness of existing access point configurations, and it reveals opportunities for optimizing network performance for better user experience. And it also helps in capacity planning. So as the number of devices on a network grows, heat maps can help assess current capacity and future needs. It ultimately enables planning for controlled secure growth through optimal device placement. We want to make sure we have good coverage in all the right areas, and we don't want too much coverage. We don't want our network footprint to be advertised outside of our effective area, of our necessary coverage area. So moving on to mobile solutions, let's have a look at some common features in secure mobile device management. So in the enterprise, we see these features typically delivered through mobile device management platforms like Microsoft Intune, VMware AirWatch, Mobile Iron, a number of tools out there, but I want to talk through the features, the aspects of mobile device management that we'll see enterprises focusing on. So passwords and PINs are top of mind. So some mobile devices like your smartphones are very easy to steal, and you can conceal them by putting them in a pocket. So strong passwords and PINs with 6 or more characters should be used. And sometimes enterprises will actually configure that device to be disabled on X number of failed attempts. So for a device that can contain very sensitive information and is fairly easy to conceal if picked up in a public place, we want to make sure we have strong security in place so if it's stolen, it's worthless to the thief. There's geofencing, which uses GPS or RFID to define geographical boundaries, and once the device is taken past the defined boundaries, the security team will be alerted. So this showed up in the what to watch for on the SY0-601 exam, so I'm carrying this forward just in case. Remember that geofencing prevents mobile devices from being removed from the company's premises. Not an everyday situation, but certainly implies a high security situation, a high sensitivity situation. Application management is a common area of focus, so oftentimes we'll see allow lists that control which applications are allowed to be installed onto the mobile device. Content management is equally important, which stores business data in a secure area of the device in an encrypted format to protect it against attacks. It prevents confidential or business data from being shared with external users. You can generally configure which apps on the device are allowed to access that data, and you can prevent cut and paste or any sharing outside of the work boundaries of that device. There's remote wipe, so when a mobile device has been lost or stolen, it can be remotely wiped and the device will revert to its factory settings and the data will be no longer available. However, there are some what we call selective wipe options in the bring your own device scenario that allow a corporation to remove the business data from the device while leaving the personal data, the photos, etc. on that phone unaffected. So in a BYOD scenario, there's certainly a fair amount of capability in enterprise MDM solutions to protect corporate data without impacting or spying on personal data. Screen locks are important. Screen locks being activated once the device has not been accessed for a period of time, generally a fairly short period of time, 5 minutes or less often. And after it's locked, the user gets a fixed number of attempts to correctly enter the PIN before the device is disabled. There's geolocation, which uses GPS to give the actual location of a device. And we see geolocation used in location-aware authentication, geofencing, and other related security functions. It can certainly be very useful if you lose or drop a device. We may see configurations around behavior related to push notifications, the messages that appear on your screen even when your system is locked. And the key there is even when your system is locked. Administrators will want to be careful that sensitive messages don't appear on a locked device because then they're visible to anyone. The information is usually pushed to your device without intervention from the end user, so we want to potentially hide some types of messages from that lock screen. So some MDM platforms provide policy-based control on whether app notifications can appear in the notifications on the lock screen, so you can allow some and not others. Granularity is going to vary, but it's certainly going to be desirable in some cases. And those mobile device management solutions I mentioned actually fall into another category called Unified Endpoint Management. And that refers to the fact that they manage more than just mobile devices. They can manage desktops, tablets, smartphones, some of them even IoT devices. but with the same goal: to monitor and enforce configuration, deploy software many times, and ensure those devices are secure and compliant to corporate security policies. But they can manage the security and applications running on devices. They can also identify and block devices that have been jailbroken on the iOS platform or rooted on the Android side. So multi-platform support is a key characteristic, meaning that these unified endpoint management systems, when I say they manage desktops, typically they will manage Windows and Mac to some degree. They'll manage iOS and Android at minimum. So two that immediately come to mind are Microsoft Intune and VMware AirWatch. Vendor agnostic exam again, so you're not going to be tested on solutions. I throw those out there so you have some context, in particular if you've heard of those or worked with either of those before. It'll give you some context. So let's talk about mobile application management. The mobile application management functionality allows a security team to manage application and data security even on unmanaged devices. So it controls access to company applications and data. And the key there is company applications and data. So we even see this functionality built into some of these unified endpoint management solutions like Intune, where when we have a device that belongs to a user and we don't have permission to fully manage the device, we can still manage corporate data and which apps on that device can be used to access that corporate data. We can limit exfiltration of that data from company applications. I can prevent printing. I can prevent copy and paste. I can prevent upload to third-party applications that aren't in my corporately managed app portfolio. But again, it's about company applications and company data, very useful in bring your own device scenarios, enabling business data access on personal mobile devices so the user can be more productive and the company not required to buy that user another phone to carry just for work. Some areas we need to pay attention to in mobile device management include third-party app stores, because there's a danger in downloading apps from a third-party app store because there's no guarantee of the security of the app that's being installed. It can pose a security risk because the vetting process for mobile apps in your official stores, the Apple App Store, the Google Play Store, is going to be more rigorous on the whole than what we see with third-party application stores. We want to be wary of allowing sideloading, which enables directly installing an application package on an Android device. It can be useful for developers running a trial of custom apps they're developing, but it also allows for unauthorized software to be run on a mobile device. So if we allow sideloading, we're going to do it in very limited doses for very specific individuals in very specific situations. We typically disallow rooting and jailbreaking. Rooting, as it's called on the Android platform, allows custom firmware downloads that root the device. It gives the user a higher level of permissions on that device and removes some elements of vendor security. And the real problem there is removing some elements of vendor security, which increases our attack surface on these devices. Jailbreaking is what we call that on the Apple iOS side. Same thing. Allows you to run unauthorized software and remove device security restrictions. And you can still access the Apple App Store even though jailbreaking has been carried out. But typically what we'll do in our mobile device management or unified endpoint management software is disallow devices that have been rooted or jailbroken from accessing corporate data. For the exam, remember rooting and jailbreaking, remove vendor restrictions on a mobile device to allow unsupported software to be installed. So custom firmware is what we were just talking about with rooting and jailbreaking. The custom firmware downloads allow users to root or jailbreak their devices. And the firmware gives the user higher level of permission and removes some elements of vendor security. Carrier unlocking, when a mobile device is no longer tied to the original carrier. This allows you to use your device with any provider and also potentially install third-party apps. So we can control this situation. Unlocking a phone so it can be used in multiple carriers is a pretty common practice these days, and folks will pay a premium to a mobile provider to have a phone that's unlocked. Firmware over the air, or OTA updates. This is a firmware that's installed on a small read-only memory chip on a hardware device, and it's used to control the hardware running on that device. The updates are pushed out periodically by the vendor, ensuring that the device is secure. One example is when a mobile device vendor sends a notification that there's a software update coming. So you see this with your Apple and Android, iOS, and Android updates, right? Let's touch on the different types of messaging, text messaging in particular. So we have the short message service, SMS or text messaging, which has become a very common method for communication and as a second factor in multi-factor authentication. It can be sent between two people in a room without other people in the room knowing about their communication, and these can be used to launch an attack. SMS is used for a special type of phishing attack called a smishing attack. Next, we have the multimedia messaging service, or MMS, which is a way to send pictures as attachments, similar to sending SMS messages. We have rich communication services, RCS, which is an enhancement to SMS, and it's used in Facebook and WhatsApp to send messages so you can see the read receipts. You can also send pictures and videos, but that image capability with MMS and RCS opens the door to data theft through techniques like steganography, which is hiding sensitive data within images for exfiltration. It's a form of covert channel because it's not a channel of data transmission that we're typically watching for. We need to watch for external media in our mobile devices. Many of your mobile devices have an SD card or other external storage slot that can enable unauthorized transfer of corporate data. SD cards to increase the storage capacity of a device are very common. But it's the potential for unauthorized transfer of corporate data that we're worried about. There's USB on the go, which allows USB devices plugged into smartphones and tablets to act as a host for other USB devices. Attaching USB devices can pose security problems as it makes it easier to steal information. For example, Apple does not allow USB on the go. And then there's the microphone. So smartphones and tablets can record conversations with built-in microphones. They can be used to take notes, but they could also be used to tape conversations or record the proceedings of a confidential meeting. And your mobile device management and unified endpoint management platforms generally give you the ability to disable cameras and microphones on devices that are fully managed, that are in the MDM category, not the MAM category. We also want to be wary of GPS tagging. So when you take a photograph, GPS tagging, also known as geotagging, two ways to say the same thing, add the location where the photograph was taken. And most of your modern smartphones do this by default, but it can be disabled. So if a photo of a sensitive location is taken or a user shares a photo on social media and that geotagging shows that they're not at their home, for example, it poses a potential security risk. It can reveal the location of a confidential corporate research facility. It can tell attackers that a user is not home, so it's a good time to go rob their house. All sorts of corporate and personal risks for sure. Next we have Wi-Fi Direct and ad hoc wireless connectivity, two similar but different capabilities. So Wi-Fi Direct wireless allows two Wi-Fi devices to connect to each other without requiring a WAP, but it is single path, so it cannot be used for internet sharing. Ad hoc wireless is where two wireless devices connect without a WAP, but it's multipath, so they can share an internet connection with someone else. So know the difference between those two. Tethering is when a GPS-enabled smartphone is attached to a laptop or a mobile device to provide internet access, and typically it can be attached via a USB cable or potentially via Bluetooth. So if a user uses a laptop to connect to the company's network and then tethers to the internet, it may result in split tunneling, and that presents a security risk if the device is compromised. It provides a channel for data exfiltration undetected potentially. But your mobile devices can often function as a Wi-Fi hotspot over Bluetooth or USB. So in scenarios with personal devices, BYOD for example, we want to be careful about payment methods. So your smartphones allow credit card details to be stored locally so the phone can be used to make contactless payments using NFC. For BYOD, we want to be careful, as someone could leave the company with a credit card stored locally on that device and continue to use it. Your mobile device management may allow us to prevent the payment function by disabling the tool in mobile device management policies. So in other words, if we perform a selective wipe, we should generally speaking be able to get to that, but something to monitor for to make sure. Camera use, we talked about this a moment ago, so smartphone cameras pose a security risk as trade secrets could be stolen very easily. So research and development departments can ban the use of personal smartphones in the workplace, as that would prevent the theft of intellectual property. And with your mobile device platforms, with Apple and Android, the capabilities to disable camera and microphone and so forth will vary a bit based on their API. So in some cases, you may need to have a fully managed device. It may need to fall into the MDM category, where in other cases, the mobile application management category, that kind of light management, may allow you to disable that camera. But at the very least, MDM policies can definitely disable cameras on company-owned smartphones. They can also disable screen captures. Moving on to deployment models, we have Bring Your Own Device, or BYOD, which is the most popular, I would say, by a pretty good margin, where an employee is encouraged to bring their own device so they can use it for work. It's cost-effective for the company, more convenient for the user because they're only carrying one device, so everybody wins, but it needs two policies to be effective: an acceptable use policy and an onboarding/offboarding policy. Because there's something of a partnership there, we need to establish expectations of what is required of the employee and what they can expect in order to access corporate data and what happens when they separate from the organization. So the acceptable use policy outlines what the employee can do with that device during the working day. Onboarding is going to set some expectations around device configuration requirements to access corporate data, a minimum operating system version. The device cannot be rooted or jailbroken. We'll typically require a minimum pin length, all of which are typically configurable with mobile application management, so even though the device is not fully managed. And then offboarding sets expectations around separation, so how corporate data will be wiped from the device, because most of your MDM platforms have that MAM functionality and they support a selective wipe that removes only company data. And that MAM functionality is the sweet spot for managing corporate data on an employee-owned device in that BYOD scenario. Three other models worth noting. There's corporate-owned, fully owned and managed by the company, enabling full IT control over MAM and MDM functions. There's the Choose Your Own Device model, or CYOD, where the new employee chooses from a list of approved devices, and employees can purchase devices on the list and bring them to work. So here, the employee gets to choose the device, but there are fewer types for IT to manage because they are controlling the range of what the employee can choose from. And then we have corporate-owned, personally enabled, which is COPE, where the company purchases the device, a tablet, a phone, laptop, etc., and allows the employee to also use it for personal use. Often better than the BYOD model from a management perspective, because IT can limit what applications run on the devices, and it also frees up the company to perform a full device wipe if it's lost or stolen. So the CYOD and COPE models can be a bit tricky, so remember, in the CYOD, the employee purchases the device. In the COPE model, the company purchases the device. Moving on to connection methods, we have 5G, which is 5th generation cellular, so faster speeds and lower latency than the 3G, 4G options of the past. And unlike 4G, 5G doesn't identify each user through their SIM card. They can assign identities to each device. Some air interface threats like session hijacking are dealt with in 5G, and 5G has a standalone and non-standalone version. The standalone version is more secure than the non-standalone. The NSA version anchors the control signaling of 5G to the 4G core. So you'd see that non-standalone version in earlier implementations into 4G networks, and it will move over to a fully standalone version over time. So continuing with 5G, The diameter protocol still factors a bit, which provides some authentication, authorization, and accounting services, and this can be a target for attack, though 5G uses HTTP2 for communication in network functions. Now, because 5G has to work alongside older tech, the 3G and 4G, some old vulnerabilities may still be targeted. And because the scale of IoT endpoint counts on 5G is exponentially greater, distributed denial of service is definitely a concern. As I mentioned, some of your carriers originally launched a non-standalone version of 5G which continues to rely on availability of the 4G core, which simply means you're going to still have exposure to some of those legacy security vulnerabilities. More than you'll need to know for the exam. Okay, moving on. We have the SIM cards, Subscriber Identity Module cards. Essentially a small computer chip that contains information about the mobile subscription. It allows users to connect to telecommunication providers to make calls, send text messages, or use the internet. And we know SMS is often used as a second factor in authentication in MFA, and it's one of the authentication factors most prone to attack. And the fact that it is one of the weakest second factor options out there, NIST has been recommending against SMS as a second factor of authentication for several years. Just in case they come up on the exam, I wanted to give you a chart of wireless technologies, their speed and frequency. Maybe worth noting that in 802.11, that standard also defined wired equivalent privacy, or WEP, which was a security algorithm designed to provide data confidentiality comparable to that of a traditional wired network. What you need to remember about WEP is that it should never be used today. WPA3 in a personal or enterprise flavor would be strongly preferable and deemed acceptable today. Continuing with connection methods, we have Bluetooth, IEEE 802.15. So Bluetooth is a personal area network technology and definitely comes with some security concerns. So Bluetooth is how we connect headsets for cell phones, mice, keyboards, GPS, other devices. You'll even see Bluetooth as an option for tethering. But the connections are set up using pairing, where the primary device scans the radio frequency for available devices. It's looking at 2.4 gigahertz. And the pairing uses a 4-digit code. Many times it's simply 4 zeros to reduce accidental pairings, but it's not actually secure. That's more or less security through obscurity. If an experienced hacker is prompted to enter a 4-digit code, they're going to know to guess quadruple zero. There are some potential attacks associated with Bluetooth. We'll go over those quickly. We have bluejacking, which is where pranksters push unsolicited messages to engage or annoy other nearby Bluetooth devices through a loophole in Bluetooth messaging options. We have blue snarfing, which is data theft using Bluetooth. So vulnerable devices are those using Bluetooth in public places with the device in discoverable mode. And blue bugging, which was developed a year after bluejacking, and it creates a backdoor attack before returning control of the phone to its owner. So if we were to classify these, bluejacking is annoyance, blue snarfing focuses on data theft, and blue bugging on eavesdropping or hacking. You can largely prevent these sorts of attacks by using a long pin, 2FA, and disabling discovery mode. So basically, don't make the device discoverable, and I just tend to turn Bluetooth off unless I am explicitly using it. Now, I'm going to cover a handful of wireless connection methods that don't get call out directly in the syllabus, but they're still important to know in the big picture of mobile and wireless, and still appear in the official study guide as related technology. So this is just in case material. So the first on the list is RFID, radio frequency identification, which uses radio frequency to identify electromagnetic fields in a tag to track assets. It's commonly used in shops as the tags are attached to high-value assets to prevent theft. Pretty common in access badge systems and retail anti-theft use cases. Then we have near-field communication, or NFC for short. It's built on RFID, often used with payment systems, and subject to many of the same vulnerabilities as RFID. Good example here is the touch pay system at the grocery. GPS, we've talked about in some context already, uses satellites in the Earth's orbit to measure the distance between 2 points. It's used in map and Find My Phone use cases. We have USB, Universal Serial Bus. So some mobile devices can be tethered, as we talked about earlier, to a USB dongle to gain access to the internet. So you'd connect via USB to your laptop, for example. And we also see a flash USB device can sometimes be used to transfer data between devices. It is a data exfiltration concern, and it's often blocked by companies through policy. What they'll do is either block USB removable devices altogether or potentially establish policies with the USB IDs that are allowed device types. Then there's infrared, which is purely line of sight, has a maximum range of about 1 meter, can be used to print from your laptop to an infrared printer. Not encrypted, but attack requires close physical proximity. Also in the not explicitly mentioned on the syllabus, but mentioned in the official study guide category as related, I want to talk about mobile connection models. Your wireless technologies operate in one of 4 major connection models. There's point-to-point, which is one-to-one connection between 2 devices communicating on a network, typically wireless. So that would be such as a directional antenna connecting 2 wireless networks or wireless repeaters connecting wireless access points or WAPs. We have point-to-multipoint, which is a central device, an access point that communicates with multiple remote devices or clients. 802.11 networks are more commonly communicating from point to multipoint. Perfect example here, a wireless access point connecting to multiple wireless devices. That's the model that would predominantly factor in wireless networks in the context of our discussions. Technically, you have a couple of other models here. You've got broadcast, where data is sent from one source to all connected devices, where everyone hears the same message. An example here would be TV or radio, where a single station transmits signals to all receivers tuned to the same frequency. That's a broadcast model. And finally, the mesh model. Multiple devices or nodes communicate with each other directly, forming a self-healing network, so if one node fails, data can still find an alternative path. Where that would appear in the wireless world would be in citywide Wi-Fi and some commercial solutions you can even buy for your home network, where you have a full mesh of devices. There are a couple of mobile and wireless attacks you should be aware of. We have the evil twin, which is a malicious fake wireless access point set up to appear as a legitimate trusted network. This is fairly common in airports and coffee shops. You'll definitely in the average airport see more free airport Wi-Fi networks you can connect to than are truly legitimate. The disassociation attack, which is a type of denial of service attack in which the attacker breaks the wireless connection between the victim device and the access point. It gives the attacker a window to inject an evil twin. And jamming, which is a denial of service attack that prevents other nodes from using the channel to communicate by occupying the channel that they're communicating on. It can be difficult to detect, and it's often unintentional. I've seen this happen with wireless systems between neighbors before. Okay, now we're going to move into the wireless security settings category on the syllabus. So we'll cover the cryptographic protocols, the authentication, all in line here with the wireless standards. All part of a single conversation. So we have CCMP, Counter Mode CBC MAC Protocol. So the full name for this one is Counter Mode with Cipher Block Chaining Message Authentication Code Protocol. Just remember CCMP. It was created to replace WEP and TKIP and the original WPA standard. So it uses the Advanced Encryption Standard, AES, which is an often used symmetric encryption algorithm today, but it used a 128-bit key. It's used with WPA2, which replaced WEP and WPA. So WPA2 is an encryption scheme that implemented CCMP, and it was based on that AES encryption scheme with the 128-bit key. And we'll see CCMP replaced as we move into the WPA3 standard. So SAE is a relatively new 802.11 authentication method. So this is simultaneous authentication of equals. It's used with WPA3 personal and it replaces WPA2 pre-shared keys. You typically see WPA2 PSK in a home scenario in the past, but it's proven to have vulnerabilities, so you don't see it much anymore. But SAE protects against brute force attacks. It uses a Diffie-Hellman handshake called Dragonfly. It uses perfect forward secrecy, so it is immune to offline attacks. And that's because you have frequent key changes, even session-based key changes, so past keys aren't used for future sessions, so it's going to be much less vulnerable. So WPA3, this was released in 2018 to address the weaknesses in WPA2. It uses a much stronger 256-bit GCMP protocol for encryption. There are two versions you want to be familiar with. There's WPA3 Personal for home users and WPA3 Enterprise for corporate. So WPA3 Personal uses simultaneous authentication of equals, the SAE we talked about. This means users can use passwords that are easier to remember. It does use perfect forward secrecy. So we're getting the frequent key changes, a reduced vulnerability to brute force. Then we have WPA3 Enterprise, which supports 256-bit AES, whereas WPA2 only supported the 128-bit keys. And I believe it is still a fact that the 256-bit key is required by the US government. It uses elliptic curve Diffie-Hellman ephemeral for the initial handshake. Ephemeral implying that key is not going to be around for long at all, right? It's used and discarded. AAA protocols are called out on the syllabus. We have several protocols that provide centralized authentication, authorization, and accounting services. So a network access server would be a client to a Radius server, and the Radius server would provide the AAA services. If you see AAA come up on the exam, it's almost certainly going to be a question involving Radius, which uses UDP and encrypts the password only. TACACS, which we see mentioned in the network device world, so this is common in the Cisco ecosystem, for example, uses TCP and encrypts the entire session. I don't think you're going to need those details. I throw them in there just in case. But we're really talking about network access or remote access systems that would use AAA protocols. Very common in a VPN scenario that the client connects to the corporate environment and Radius provides centralized authentication and authorization to the network access server there that the client is connecting into. So in this vein, I want to revisit our wireless discussion here around authentication specifically. So I mentioned the pre-shared key, WPA2 PSK, which was introduced for home users who don't have that enterprise setup. The home user enters the password to the wireless router to gain access to the home network. Mostly remember that this was replaced by SAE and WPA3. Another authentication method in the legacy world would be Wi-Fi protected setup, or WPS, where the password is already stored and all you need to do is press the button to get connected to the wireless network. The button would be on the wireless access point. But it was that press the button functionality that made it attractive to home users. But the password is stored locally, so it could be brute force. This is a home use scenario now relegated to the annals of history. And then we have Enterprise mode. This is a corporate version of WPA2 or WPA3 used in a centralized domain environment, often where a Radius server combines with 802.1x, using certificates for authentication many times. We're going to revisit a couple of topics here that we discussed earlier in the series, so consider this a quick refresher, simply because they factor directly here in our wireless discussion. So we have IEEE 802.1x, which is authentication transparent to users because it uses certificate authentication. It can be used in conjunction with a Radius server for enterprise networks. And we discussed Radius Federation briefly, which enables members of one organization to authenticate to another with their normal credentials. It's basically trust across multiple Radius servers across multiple organizations. These could be business partners, they could be subsidiaries under the same parent, but a federation service where network access is gained using wireless access points. And the WAP forwards the wireless device's credentials to the Radius server for authentication. It commonly uses 8021X as the authentication method, which relies on EAP. What's EAP? Glad you asked. So we're going to revisit EAP, PEEP, and LEAP. So EAP is Extensible Authentication Protocol. It's an authentication framework. It allows for new authentication technologies to be compatible with existing wireless or point-to-point connection technologies, providing a bridge so you don't have to replace all of the existing hardware. Then there was PEEP, Protected Extensible Authentication Protocol, which encapsulates EAP methods within a TLS tunnel that provides authentication and potentially encryption. One more worth mentioning is LEAP, Lightweight Extensible Authentication Protocol, which was Cisco proprietary. It was an alternative to TKIP for WPA, so historical at this point. It was developed to address deficiencies before the WPA2 standard came out. If I were going to suggest where you focus for the exam, I'd say be familiar with EAP, PEEP, Radius, and 802.1x, and know the security features and improvements of WPA3 versus WPA2. And one last topic here on wireless I want to touch on with you. That is captive portals. So these are very common in airports and public spaces where the Wi-Fi redirects users to a web page when they connect to the SSID. And the user provides additional validation of identity, normally through an email address or social identity. In the airport, they do this so they can serve up ads and potentially upsell you to a premium service. It may include an acceptable use policy as well and that premium upgrade offer. Now we'll move into the application security category. So here we're focused on application security controls to prevent attacks. So we'll start with input validation. So this is a secure coding practice that ensures buffer overflow, integer overflow, and SQL injection attacks cannot be launched against applications and databases. And you use this anywhere data is entered either using a web page or a wizard, and only accept data in the correct format within a range of minimum and maximum values. When the format is incorrect, it should be rejected, forcing the user to re-enter a value within the acceptable range. And secure cookies, which are used by web browsers, and they contain information about the user's session. They can be stolen by attackers to carry out a session hijacking attack. And we can shore this up by setting the secure flag in website code to ensure that cookies are only downloaded when there is a secure HTTPS session. Then we need to look at HTTP headers. An attacker can carry out a cross-site scripting attack, which is mainly delivered through injecting HTTP response headers, and it can be prevented by entering the HTTP strict transport security header. That strict header ensures that the browser will ignore all unsecure HTTP sessions, so all connections that are not HTTPS. Code signing is another secure coding practice where we digitally sign scripts and executables to verify their authenticity and confirm they are genuine. We can use an allow list, and an allow list enable only explicitly allowed applications to run. This can be done by setting up an application whitelist, it's sometimes called, in your firewalls, your IDPS systems, or your endpoint detection systems. That allow list is your most restrictive option. You're only allowing explicitly allowed applications to run. You could take a block list approach, which prevents applications that are specified on that list from being installed or run. And your firewalls, your intrusion detection and prevention, and your EDR systems can all have a block list as well. And this is often a good first step for organizations that don't really have a solid handle on their application inventory and their dependencies, where adding an allow list would be disruptive. A block list can be a good first step. So I want to talk a bit more about the secure coding process. It begins with secure coding practices, where a developer writes code in a way that ensures there are no bugs or flaws. The intent is to prevent attacks like buffer overflow or integer injection. But this is not foolproof. We need to make sure that code is secure. So we have a number of application testing techniques we can deploy, we can implement to make sure our code is secure. So one of those is static code analysis, where the code is not executed locally but is analyzed by a static code analyzer tool. And there, the code might be run inside the tool that reports any flaws or weaknesses, but it requires source code access. Now there's another type of analysis called dynamic code analysis, where the code is executed and a technique called fuzzing is used to inject random input into the application, and the output is reviewed to ensure appropriate handling of unexpected input. So it's making sure that our input validation is doing what it's supposed to do. It exposes flaws in an application before it's rolled out to production. And it does not require source code access. So static code analysis techniques are analyzing from the inside out, and dynamic code analysis more or less from the outside in. We can also employ manual code review. This is where code is reviewed line by line by a human to ensure the code is well written and error-free. Now this tends to be tedious and time-consuming because there's a person in the chair doing that line-by-line review. And I mentioned fuzzing just a moment ago. So this is where random information is input into an application to see if the application crashes or if memory leaks result or if error information is returned. And this is used to remedy any potential problems within application code before an app is released. So this would be a white box or open testing scenario. And fuzzing can also be used to find any vulnerabilities within the application after release. This is called improper input validation. This would be a black box or closed testing scenario. So secure development practices are good. All of these testing techniques are good for application security. There's another layer we can add, and that's a good modern firewall. So we have the Web Application Firewall, or WAF for short, which protects web applications by filtering and monitoring HTTP and HTTPS traffic between a web application and the internet. And it basically protects web applications from common attacks like cross-site scripting, cross-site request forgery, SQL injection. And a WAF will typically come with a pre-configured OWASP rule set. It's called an OWASP core rule set, designed for OWASP compliant WAF solutions that will put a set of rules in place to watch for the OWASP top 10 application threats. Many of your network appliance manufacturers, all of your major cloud platforms are going to support this standard, and they'll come with 2 or 3 of the most recent OWASP core rule sets available to be applied as you deploy that solution. And then there is the Next Generation Firewall, or NGFW for short. This is a deep packet inspection firewall that moves beyond the port protocol inspection and blocking. It adds application level inspection, intrusion prevention, and brings intelligence from outside the firewall. Meaning quite often it has a direct connection to threat intelligence or a threat intelligence feed of some sort. So it can identify emerging or recently discovered threats. We also see sandboxing called out on the syllabus, which is where an application is installed in a virtual machine environment, isolated from our network. It enables patching, testing, and it ensures that it is secure before putting it into a production environment. We also see this used in anti-malware scenarios, especially with email. It facilitates investigating dangerous malware. For example, in Office 365, they have a feature called Safe Attachments, where they use a sandboxing technique to execute an attachment to examine it to make sure it's safe before delivering it to the end user. So in Linux, they call this change root jail. So change root is a command that allows you to change the root directory for the current running process and its child processes. It's basically a directory that contains a subset of the system files and libraries that are needed for a process to run in isolation from the rest of the system. And last in 4.1, we see monitoring. And a lot of monitoring in the security world comes down to monitoring our logs. And logs are worthless if you do nothing with them. They're made valuable by review, by monitoring those logs for potentially malicious activity. Really for any potentially unwanted activity, malicious or accidental. So that is to say they're made valuable if the organization makes use of them to identify that activity that is unauthorized or compromising. And one way we do that is with a Security Information Event Monitoring Tool, or SIEM. There are many different SIEM tools out there, but they all have some common key features. log centralization and aggregation, data integrity, normalization, so taking logs from many different sources and standardizing their schema to a common schema so we can query across them. They often bring automated or continuous monitoring, alerting, and investigative monitoring, both the ability to manually investigate across a wide variety of logs, but oftentimes some automated investigative capabilities. And we'll talk about SIMs in greater depth later here in Domain 4. So to give you a visual of that process at a high level, log ingestion with a SIM, and this is just an example. Your SIMs are going to vary a bit across vendors, but we have that SIM as the central point for log aggregation and ingestion. So we have, for example, our SQL solutions. They may be IaaS, SQL running in VMs, or platform as a service solutions. And a SIM can often ingest logs from the system or logs from the database software itself. We have identity as a service, so your cloud identity providers, for example, or Active Directory on-prem. We have Entra ID, Okta, and Duo, all cloud identity as a service options, and often we'll be able to ingest logs via an API connector of some sort, often provided by the identity platform. And then our network devices, whether those are virtual or physical. Network devices all tend to generate syslog entries, so we will have some sort of syslog ingestion capability with that SIM. And then for XDR, what we have running on our endpoint and beyond, that's really endpoint activity data, and how we ingest that will vary by platform, but the SIM can ingest that data. Our virtual machines, often via some local agent running on that Linux or Windows system. And then there's the Cloud Access Security Broker, or CASB, which will give us things like usage alerts, events, really information about how our data is being used. So when you have all of those disparate data sources, that's why the SIM would need to standardize the data that's coming into a common schema so we can query across all of those data sources to identify the full scope of a threat. But let's park that for now. We're going to go deeper in Domain 4 on how the SIMs work across vendors. That brings us to section 4.2, which focuses on asset management, and the syllabus asks us to explain the security implications of proper hardware, software, and data asset management. We'll step through the entire asset lifecycle from acquisition and procurement to assignment and accounting, where we determine who owns the asset and what is its proper classification. Moving on then to monitoring and tracking. How do we enumerate our assets, take inventory periodically over time, and make sure we are maintaining the security of those assets before we wrap with a discussion of appropriate disposal and decommissioning. And there's certainly some nuance to unpack there when it comes to disposal of hardware versus disposal of data. So we're talking about what you should be doing at each phase and why those activities are important to security. So let's start with a definition of the core concept here. What is the asset management lifecycle? In short, it's the process of tracking your valuable assets throughout their useful life, including hardware, software, and data. And the key activities at the highest level are called out in the syllabus: acquisition and procurement, then assignment and accounting, on to monitoring and tracking, before disposal and decommissioning. And we'll dig into the activities at each of those phases, the importance of those activities, and the security concerns at each phase of the life cycle. And then there's the overall goal of the asset management lifecycle. Asset management is about minimizing the risk of unauthorized access, data disclosure, modification, or destruction of an organization's assets. So stated very simply, asset management is about keeping track of your stuff and making sure it's secure. And by keeping track of everything we have, we can make sure it's all safe from getting stolen, changed, or lost, only letting the right people access what they need, because we're classifying that asset and implementing least privilege access. We know when things are outdated and need fixing or replacing or patching, and we get rid of things we don't need anymore without leaving any sensitive information behind. So let's get into the details of the life cycle here, beginning with acquisition and procurement. Acquisition and procurement defines how assets enter the organization, and a secure process verifies vendors' reputations, and ensures valid licensing for our software. For example, we're checking for valid licenses to avoid pirated software, and we're making sure there are no major security incidents around that vendor that we can't live with, that they didn't respond to in an appropriate manner. Because vendors with poor security practices increase our risk. And from a hardware perspective, we're establishing baseline configurations for hardware that we're onboarding to the organization. And that would include installing a secure operating system with the latest security patches. Many times with your hardware vendors, we can establish a golden image that they can apply to the hardware before it's shipped to us. So we may have that secure baseline configuration already in place, and all we have to do is apply the latest security patches. But our concerns here would include malware-infected hardware, so basically infected OS or firmware from an untrusted vendor, which can introduce vulnerabilities, but also unauthorized software or counterfeited licenses can lead to a lack of security updates, potentially legal implications, but leaving us exposed. Then we move into assignment and accounting. So here we have to define ownership. So who is responsible for the asset? That could be a person, a department, or a team, but we need to pin down who owns this asset and is responsible for its care and feeding and tracking. Classification, which categorizes assets based on sensitivity. So are these assets handling confidential financial data, public marketing material? So we certainly have to classify our data, but our assets, our hardware assets, should be secured at the same level as the data that those assets are used to access. So a workstation that's accessing confidential financial data should be secured like it is itself confidential financial data. The importance of this phase is proper assignment and classification, ensure appropriate access controls and security measures are implemented. So this classification and accounting of ownership immediately after onboarding allows us to address one of our most important security concerns, and that's unauthorized access to sensitive information and assets. If we give an employee access to customer data they don't have a need for, that can lead to data breaches. And that brings us to the next phase, monitoring and asset tracking. So in this phase, we're thinking about inventory, maintaining an accurate record of all assets, including the type, the location, and the owner. Typically, inventory is going to be tracked in a configuration management database, commonly referred to simply as the CMDB. Enumeration is a process where we regularly identify and document all assets on the network. So we're certainly going to have some physical inventory processes, which we'll talk about in a moment, but here's where I might go through processes to scan my network for new devices. I might perform periodic vulnerability scans to see what concerns I have from a security perspective about that asset. So the importance here is that we enable asset tracking for its location, its status, and any potential vulnerabilities. We can't secure assets we don't know about, and knowing where assets are located allows for faster response to security incidents as well. So our overriding security concern here is that unknown or untracked assets create security blind spots, increasing the risk of breaches. An attacker might exploit an unmonitored device to gain access to the network. I want to take a sidebar with you here and talk about how we track physical assets. So this hardware asset management process is one where each asset belonging to the company has been tagged and recorded in an asset register, and we maintain an up-to-date asset register to ease the process of tracking and maintaining assets. That might be a simple spreadsheet, relatively unsophisticated, or it may be a proper configuration management database, that CMDB, where we're tracking all sorts of metadata. Like the owner, like the classification, a planned retirement date for that hardware. Most of our hardware is going to have something of a 3 to 5 year life cycle, depending on the vendor you're working with. This process will include periodic audits, usually annual audits, that need to be carried out to ensure all assets are accounted for. And we'll add physical asset tags with barcodes or QR codes often, which allows for quick scanning and identification during that inventory process. And many times you'll have a scanner for that barcode or QR code that will allow you to scan it, and it's automatically connected to the CMDB in that scanner software. So a scan of the device with a little gun or wand result in an automatic update to the CMDB. And this process can help identify unauthorized devices on the network. Anything we don't catch in a scan. In a network scan, that is. Okay, so back to our life cycle, and that brings us to the final phase here, which is disposal and decommissioning. So in the final phase, we have sanitization, which ensures data removal from storage devices before disposal or recycling. Destruction, which physically destroys assets beyond recovery when necessary, and it ensures data is securely destroyed when necessary. The key phrase there being securely destroyed. More on that in a moment. Certification, which provides documented proof of secure disposal for compliance purposes. Very common when we're decommissioning hardware, we'll have a vendor who comes and picks up that asset and takes it back to a facility where they securely destroy that asset, and then they provide us a certificate that verifies it has been securely destroyed and through what means. But from a data retention perspective, we also have to define how long our data is kept based on legal or business needs. So what's the importance of all this? Well, the importance here is that improper disposal can lead to data leaks and privacy violations. Deleted data should not be recoverable even with forensic techniques. And our data retention policies ensure compliance, but they also prevent unnecessary exposure of sensitive data being stored longer than required. As I mentioned earlier in the series when we were focused on data security, data that is kept longer than it is needed increases risk. So our security concerns here really involve residual data, making sure that we don't have residual data on disposed assets like incomplete data wiping or a failure to adhere to our data retention policies. We need to make sure we're retaining data where we need to, but we're not keeping that sensitive customer data or business data longer than necessary. Because if we don't have that unneeded data, it can't be stolen, it can't be leaked, it can't be demanded for production in discovery in litigation. So that is my version of the what and the whys of asset management and the implications to our security. Up next is section 4.3. And here in section 4.3, we're going to focus on vulnerability management. More specifically, the syllabus asks us to explain various activities associated with vulnerability management. And what you will see in the syllabus is a long list of identification methods, the analysis phase, vulnerability response and remediation, validation of our remediation, and reporting. What you may not see within this very long list is the vulnerability lifecycle. Maybe not obvious, but it's hidden here. Identification, analysis, response, validation, and reporting. So let's start with a quick walk through that lifecycle, and then we'll dig into the details here. So the vulnerability lifecycle has those 5 phases: identification, analysis, response and remediation, validation of our remediation, and then reporting. Identification can come from a number of sources, from vulnerability scans, penetration tests, responsible disclosure, bug bounty programs, even audit results. In analysis, we're confirming the vulnerability, prioritizing it using the CVSS and CVE metrics, and considering organization-specific factors. Responses might include applying patches, isolating affected systems, implementing compensating controls, even transferring risk through insurance, or formally accepting that risk. Validation ensures the vulnerability is no longer present, and in the reporting phase, we inform stakeholders about our findings, the actions we took, trends, and recommendations for improvement. Now, vulnerability scan is the first item on the agenda here in the syllabus, but we're going to take a step back and look at some important terms as they relate to the bigger picture of vulnerability management. Vulnerability management includes routine vulnerability scans and periodic vulnerability assessments. It's really the program level focus. The vulnerability scanner can scan the network, detect known security vulnerabilities and weaknesses, the absence of patches or weak passwords, And that scanner that performs the scan is basically used to conduct a vulnerability assessment, which extends just beyond the technical scan and can include reviews and audits to detect vulnerabilities. So the assessment gives us generally some additional information, some human review, and provides a bit of context to the technical output of the vulnerability scan. So we know the vulnerability scan can help us identify and report various vulnerabilities before they're exploited, but what do we see in that scan output? There's going to be a variety of information in here, from software flaws, missing patches, open ports that perhaps shouldn't be open, services that should not be running, weak passwords. It's identifying the attack surface that opens the door to known attacks like SQL injection, buffer overflows, denial of service, other malicious attacks that are known. And vulnerabilities reported in scan output will be prioritized based on severity and relative likelihood of the vulnerability being exploited, and typically the security team is going to weigh in on severity and priority because they have a good understanding of the organization's security posture, the security controls that are in place. Because in a zero trust strategy where we have defense in depth implemented, things that look severe on a vulnerability scan may actually not be a great threat. And that scan output is typically going to include the CVSS number, the Common Vulnerability Scoring System result, and the CVE, which is the Common Vulnerability and Exposure item. And the information we get here can also help in our prioritization. If you're not familiar with CVSS and CVE, we'll be revisiting those in greater depth later in this session. But first, I want to talk to you about the different types of vulnerability scans. While they all have the same high-level goal of assessing possible security vulnerabilities on our computer endpoints, our networks, and our equipment, there are a few different flavors you should be familiar with. For example, the credentialed scan, which is a more powerful version of a typical vulnerability scan, because it has higher privileges than a non-credentialed scan. It can basically spot vulnerabilities that require privilege, login credentials. And of course, the non-credentialed scan has lower privileges than the credentialed version, and it will identify vulnerabilities that an attacker would easily find. It can find missing patches, some protocol vulnerabilities that can more or less be discovered anonymously. We have non-intrusive scans. These are passive and they merely report vulnerabilities. They don't cause damage. We have the intrusive scan that can cause damage as they try to exploit the vulnerability, and they should be used in a sandbox and not on your live production system. Then we have the configuration review. So a configuration compliance scanner or desired state configuration in PowerShell can be used to ensure that no deviations are made to the security configuration of a system. But by combining these different techniques, we can reveal which vulnerabilities are most easily exploitable in a live environment. We have network scans. These scans look at computers and devices on your network and help identify weaknesses in their security. That's just a common vulnerability scan. We have application scans. So before applications are released, coding experts perform regression testing that will check code for deficiencies. This will typically involve a dynamic scanning technique that injects unexpected values into forms and so forth to make sure that the application is validating input before it submits. Checks for any other unsecure coding practices. Then we have web application scans. So these will crawl through a website as if they're a search engine looking for vulnerabilities and may perform an automated check for site or application vulnerabilities like cross-site scripting and SQL injection. There are a number of very sophisticated web application scanners available due in part to mass adoption of cloud computing. Now we'll move into the application security category, and we'll start with static analysis. Sometimes called static code analysis or static application security testing, it's analysis that examines the code without executing it. And of course that requires access to the source code. Then we have dynamic analysis, sometimes called dynamic code analysis or dynamic application security testing, which is code analysis that checks the code as it is running. Fuzzing is a testing strategy that falls into the dynamic analysis category. and it tests the application's ability to handle unexpected or malicious input gracefully. And it does not require source code access. It's sometimes said that static analysis tests the software from the inside out, and dynamic analysis tests the software from the outside in. And package monitoring refers to tracking third-party and open-source libraries or packages used in your organization and monitoring those for known vulnerabilities or for the need to update, for example, new versions. It ensures libraries are patched, versions are up to date, leaving us exposed to a minimum number of preventable vulnerabilities. Now we're going to move into threat feeds, so threat intelligence sources essentially. There are open source options that enable organizations to conduct cyber threat intelligence gathering free of charge, like threatcrowd.org and openfish.com. There are quite a few you'll find if you do a simple Google search or join any security community out there. Then you have closed or proprietary threat feeds, and these are vendor-specific threat intelligence feeds limited to paying customers, which are intended to keep customers informed while not tipping off threat actors. And again, a number of vendor-specific feeds. Tenable, Security Focus, Rapid7. So Tenable and Rapid7 both make vulnerability scanners that I quite like. But again, a number of sources. And then we have vulnerability databases like Shodan that allow you to search for vulnerabilities. Shodan in particular exposes a wide variety of vulnerabilities, from expired certificates to unsecure cameras. And while it's normally an annual fee, you'll find some sales that come up every now and again that allow you to buy a lifetime membership to Shodan for as little as $5. And then we have the National Institute of Standards, or NIST, who maintains a comprehensive database of vulnerabilities. It's called the National Vulnerability Database, and it keeps within that database a list of common vulnerabilities and exposures. We're going to unpack CVEs and CVSS here in a moment. And NIST being the most commonly used, it's not the only game in town. MITRE maintains a very comprehensive CVE list, and then you have the vulnerability database at vuldb.com. And this world is always evolving. There used to be an open source vulnerability database, OSVDB, that shut down a few years ago. Another source are public and private information sharing centers. These are programs, groups, and feeds designed to share cyber intelligence in various forms to both government and commercial organizations around the world. A good example here is the Cybersecurity Infrastructure and Security Agency, or CISA for short, which is an agency of the U.S. government that maintains a list of information sharing centers. CISA performs a variety of functions, an invaluable resource for security professionals, but you can start at that link and have a look. And then there's the dark web, which is an overlay to the existing internet that requires specialized software to access private websites. There's extensive information to gather from the dark web, including the activities of hacker groups. The dark web is typically accessed with a Tor browser, where you visit websites with a .onion extension. A number of ways to do it. Proceed with caution. Do your research before you attempt to access the dark web. I've mentioned indicators of compromise in passing a time or two, also called threat indicators. They're pieces of forensic data, like data found in system log entries or files that identify potentially malicious activity on a system or network. They indicate malicious activity may be in progress. I want to pause for a quick sidebar with you here to speak to the question of what is a threat intelligence feed, sometimes called a threat feed at the most fundamental level. It is essentially a continuous stream of data about potential cyber threats. The data is collected from various sources, and it's formatted to provide security professionals with actionable intelligence. And that formatting is also done to make that feed consumable. More on that in a minute. But think of it like a real-time news feed, but instead of news articles, it delivers updates on the latest cyber threats. And what's included in a threat feed? Well, it varies by provider, but it can include indicators of compromise, threat actor information, as well as emerging threats, what we'd sometimes call zero-day threats. How are these feeds consumed? Well, some are machine readable. There's formatting we'll talk about called taxi and sticks. I'll unpack those with you in a minute. And others are human readable feeds that are delivered via email, dashboards, or other reports. And there are a number of benefits here, but perhaps most importantly, threat feeds can help organizations stay ahead of the latest threats, providing early warning, improved detection, and allowing them to make more informed decisions. Okay, back to threat intelligence sources. There's automated indicator sharing, which is a CISA capability that enables real-time exchange of machine-readable cyber threat indicators and defensive measures. It's provided free to help participants in the AIS community and ultimately to reduce the prevalence of cyber attacks. If you're interested, you can read more at cisa.gov/AIS. And then we have TAXII, which is short for Trusted Automated Exchange of Intelligence Information, which defines how real-time cyber threat information can be shared via services and message exchanges, so essentially in a machine-readable format. And related to TAXII is STIX, which is short for Structured Threat Information Expression. It defines a common language for expressing cyber threat information. TAXII is designed specifically to support the transfer of STIX information. So STIX defines what is shared, the indicators, etc., and TAXII is the how STIX formatted messages are securely transferred between systems. So a threat feed that's machine consumable is typically transmitting STIX messages using TAXII as the transmission mechanism. And TAXII leverages HTTPS for secure transfer, and it supports a few different models, including a publisher-subscriber model, a mesh model, a peer-to-peer model. So the way TAXII information can be exchanged depends on the scenario. And your SIEM, next-generation firewalls, and some IDPS solutions, intrusion detection and prevention, may actually ingest threat intelligence feeds. So those solutions can make better real-time decisions. There's predictive analysis, which leverages predictive intelligence. It's a mix of automation and human intelligence capabilities to optimize your cybersecurity program and gradually build capacity to predict and prevent attacks before they hit. Another good source of intelligence are threat maps. A cyber threat map, also known as a cyber attack map, is a real-time map of the computer security attacks that are going on at any given time. And you can actually find a good list of cyber threat maps from Fortinet, FireEye, and others in the top 8 cyber threat maps. Incidentally, you'll have direct access to all these links in the PDF that I publish for Domain 4. So every time I roll up a domain, I publish the PDF that goes along with that, so you can use those slides for your review. And the links in that PDF are all active and clickable. Then we have file and code repositories. Google search and code repositories on sources like GitHub can show you what threat actors are using, like you can find the full source code for Mimikatz, commonly used to dump password hashes on Windows systems. Do bear in mind, though, if you're using open source software for your business, know that hackers often review popular open source apps looking for vulnerabilities. So if you're even writing custom applications and you're leveraging open source libraries from around the internet, hackers have access to those too, and they're going to be poking around looking for ways in the door. Vendor websites are a good source of information because vendors often keep track of and publish their known vulnerabilities for their software. A lot of your vendors also have notification channels. They have a process so they can inform you immediately when a new vulnerability is discovered. Exactly how will vary by vendor, but they generally give you a way. Conferences are a great way to network with experts, to hear talks, often based on the experience of others, and even hear from members of product teams taking an in-depth look at the security of their application or service. I can remember going to a Microsoft conference where I got to speak in depth with some of the original creators of Active Directory, for example. One of the original authors of a routing algorithm for the Exchange mail server. So if you do your research of who's who before you go to a conference, there's a good chance you can walk in the door of a big conference and get some face time with very knowledgeable and influential individuals. Academic journals can be a great source of information. You can often find research and information about attack types and how others have responded to or recovered from them. And they're available from a variety of government, education, and community sources, and they're often peer-reviewed, which is significant in that that usually results in a higher quality product. If it's been peer-reviewed and approved, then you can expect that the information is reliable, generally speaking. A couple of good sources for academic journals include the Oxford Academic Journal of Cybersecurity and MDPI of Switzerland. Request for Comments can be a good source. This is a publication in a series from the principal technical development and standard setting bodies for the Internet, most prominently the Internet Engineering Task Force. An RFC is authored by individuals or groups of engineers and computer scientists in the form of a memorandum describing methods, behaviors, research, or innovations applicable to the working of the Internet and Internet-connected systems. And the IETF adopts some of the protocols published in these RFCs as standards. However, many are informational or experimental in nature and not standards. So just make sure you know what you're looking at. But many RFCs have become official documents of Internet specifications, communication protocols that you're familiar with, procedures, and events. Now, if you don't have budget to go to a conference, you can learn from peers and experts in your own community. So certainly local industry groups where you can meet with local users who are cybersecurity experts. You can learn from your peers who have more experience than you do. Oftentimes these groups will get together and they'll have pizza and somebody will get up in front of the room and do a presentation on a specific topic. And if you go out to the Meetup website, which is meetup.com, you can definitely search and find local industry groups, user groups that are vendor agnostic or vendor specific if you like. Certainly you can go find a group that focuses on cloud security in AWS or Azure, or others that are more open and agnostic in terms of vendor. You can also look on social media. Hackers often publish recent vulnerabilities on Twitter. Security interest groups and certification study groups show up on LinkedIn all the time, and you're already familiar with learning content on YouTube, of which there is an abundance. Now we're going to shift gears and talk about penetration testing. And I want to start by just settling on the definition of what a penetration test is exactly. So first and foremost, it's an active test that attempts to exploit discovered vulnerabilities. The penetration tester, effectively an ethical hacker, often starts with reconnaissance and a vulnerability scan. They're looking at the attack surface, looking for vulnerabilities they can exploit. The tester will then attempt to bypass or actively test security controls to exploit the vulnerabilities they see. Once they exploit a system, they'll attempt privilege escalation techniques and lateral movement. So in other words, they'll try to increase their privilege on a single system and then try to move through other systems in the environment to spread their footprint, to crawl to the valuable assets. You may hear the word pivoting. That's the process of using an exploited system to access other systems. Now, let's talk for a minute about penetration testing versus vulnerability scanning. So these two sound pretty similar, but what's the difference exactly? I just want to lay their characteristics for you side by side here. So a vulnerability scan is a scan to identify weaknesses in your IT infrastructure. A penetration test is a more in-depth exam, similar to a simulated cyber attack. A vulnerability scan uses automated tools to scan systems for known vulnerabilities. A penetration test uses a combination of automated tools and manual techniques. The vulnerability scan reports the identified weaknesses and categorizes their severity, often with a CVE, which describes that vulnerability and its severity. A penetration tester is going to attempt to exploit vulnerabilities and assess their potential impact. A vulnerability scan may also suggest potential remediation steps. A penetration test helps you understand how vulnerable you are to real-world attacks and how much damage could be done. So if I were to express vulnerability scans and penetration tests as an analogy, think of a vulnerability scan like a fire alarm that warns you of a potential fire but doesn't say exactly where or how severe it is. A penetration test is like a firefighter testing the fire alarm and the sprinkler system. So the vulnerability scan is a scan to identify weaknesses where the penetration test is more in depth. Vulnerability scan uses automated tools. The penetration test uses automated tools, but manual techniques leveraged by a skilled penetration tester. So a vulnerability scan is something almost anyone can do. You can run a vulnerability scan. You may not be able to interpret the report all that well, but anybody can run a vulnerability scan with a little training. A penetration test requires someone with special skills. A vulnerability scan is generally not intrusive. It can be. We talked about the potential of an intrusive scan. A penetration test, on the other hand, is intrusive and may be disruptive if we are not careful. Now let's talk about the types of penetration tests. So we have what's called a known environment test. This is where the tester is given a map of target systems and networks. They go into the test with substantial or full information of the target systems and networks. This is sometimes referred to as a white box test. That's a bit of a historical term, but you'll still see it. Unknown environment is where the pen tester knows nothing about the target systems and network. They go into the test completely blind, and they build out the database of everything they find as they go. It's sometimes called a blind test, often called a black box test. And I'm trying to give you equivalent terms here because you'll see both of these show up in some of the exam prep texts. There's the partially known environment where the tester has limited information, sometimes in the form of login credentials. This simulates the level of knowledge that a hacker with long-term access to a system would achieve through research and system footprinting. This is sometimes called a gray box test. And every penetration test should include a signed contract and rules of engagement. So the rules of engagement define the purpose of the test and what the scope will be for the people who are performing this test on the network. We need very clear expectations laid out ahead of time. They ensure everyone will be aware of what systems will be considered, the date and time, and any constraints around the test that all should be aware of. Again, captured in a signed legal contract. Now we're going to talk through some penetration testing techniques, beginning with passive and active reconnaissance. Reconnaissance is preliminary research about a target, so the active version interacts directly with the target in some way, and as such, the target, the customer, for example, the company, the organization the ethical hacker is targeting or the bad actor is targeting, may discover, record, or log those activities. For example, if they're scanning a public IP range they know that customer owns, that could be noticed by that customer's public-facing defenses. If they actively interrogate the company's corporate website trying to find vulnerabilities, that's going to be noticed. That's going to show up in a log. So footprinting is an ethical hacking technique used to gather as much data as possible about a specified target system, the infrastructure or networks, and to identify opportunities to penetrate them. Footprinting includes active and passive methods. So some active footprinting would include a ping sweep, trace route, nmap, extracting DNS information, all activities that are going to be logged in some fashion on the receiving end, the target's end. Passive footprinting. Browsing the target website, a Google search, performing a whois lookup, visiting some social media profiles. With some simple Google hacking called Google dorking, we can often find a lot of information out about a potential target, including a lot of the technologies they're using inside that organization for some of their core business services or even customer-facing applications. So as I mentioned, passive recon is one of not interacting directly with the target, and as such that target has no way of knowing, recording, or logging the activity. And much of the information gathered in passive reconnaissance is open source information because it's publicly available. It's data you can gather through any number of sources. There's actually a site that gives you a nice base of information that you can gather and tools for doing so at osintframework.com. In fact, I'll just show you that website quickly. It's actually pretty interesting if you've never seen it. So you go to osintframework.com and you click on the base node here. And it gives you a list of the types of information you might want to gather: usernames, email addresses, instant messaging, search engines, digital currency, classified. So if you click through any of these, it's going to show you more and more detailed information until you get out to a tool or a website or some method to gather the information you're interested in. If you've never seen it and offensive security is of interest to you, or maybe you want to help your organization and look around to see what is publicly available, this is an interesting path to go down as an exploratory measure. Okay, and still in the vein of penetration testing concepts, I mentioned lateral movement. I just wanted to touch on a few basics here that I've mentioned previously. So lateral movement is gaining access to an initial system and then moving to other devices on the inside of the network. So moving laterally across the network, often beginning with client systems and attempting to move into server systems and crawling to more and more valuable assets. There's privilege escalation, which is a security hole created when code is executed with higher privileges than those of the user running it. Generally a higher level account, but in some cases it's a horizontal privilege escalation where a user gains access to another user's resources. Then there's the concept of persistence. So in the context of penetration testing, it refers to the tester's ability to achieve a persistent presence on the exploited system long enough for a bad actor to gain in-depth access. The goal of persistence is to enable the ability to reconnect to the compromised host and to use it as a remote access tool. So persistent across reboots, for example. So there are some penetration testing exercise types that may come up as distractors on questions. I don't think you're going to be questioned on them directly, but I think they may show up in your potential answer choices, and I believe they show up in the glossary. So we have the red team, which is an internal or external entity dedicated to testing the effectiveness of a security program by emulating the tools and techniques of likely attackers in the most realistic way possible. So you'd consider the red team the offense. And then you have the blue team, which is an internal security team that defends against both real attackers and red teams. We'd call blue team defense. Oftentimes we'll have an exercise that involves a red team and a blue team in a game of capture the flag, for example. So these exercises are often intentional, not just in testing the security of the organization, but building the skill of the teams who have to defend against attackers. You may have a purple team involved, so this exists to ensure and maximize the effectiveness of the red and blue teams. We think of the purple team as process improvement, and then the white team is responsible for oversight of an engagement or competition between a red team of mock attackers and a blue team of actual defenders. Think of the white team as the judge or referee. Not sure you'll see these directly on the exam, but base knowledge, fundamental information you should be aware of as a security professional. Because the larger the organization you're working in, the more likely it is there will be red team and blue teams and capture the flag type exercises. You should be familiar with the concept of responsible disclosure. So responsible disclosure programs enable individuals and organizations to report security vulnerabilities or any weaknesses they've discovered to the affected software or application vendor. Meaning reporting it to the affected software or application vendor privately, presumably through a communication channel they have set up for that purpose. So when vulnerabilities are reported, the vendor receiving the report is expected to investigate and, if necessary, take appropriate steps to address the issue. The goal is to allow security issues to be addressed by the vendor before they are exploited by attackers or exposed to the public in any communication, ultimately improving overall security for everyone. Now, there have been occasions where ethical hackers responsibly disclose a vulnerability to a vendor and they do nothing about it, and after a period of time, 60 or 90 days, then they take it public. Which is unfortunate, but sometimes it happens, and those ethical hackers may strongly believe that it's necessary in the interest of transparency to that vendor's customers. Now, a bug bounty is a monetary award given to ethical hackers for successfully discovering and reporting a vulnerability or bug to the application's developer. Bug bounty programs allow companies to leverage the hacker community to improve security posture of their systems over time continuously. These bug bounty awards may be relatively small. Sometimes they are quite large, $10,000, $50,000, even $100,000 if the bug is significant in nature. But it behooves large software companies to set up responsible disclosure and bug bounty programs to make sure that they have the offensive security specialist in the security community on their side. Organizations may also rely on system and process audits, internal or external, which are used to assess the organization's compliance with industry standards, best practices, and corporate security policies. They typically review an organization's systems, processes, and procedures to identify areas of non-compliance or potential risk. And during the audit process, auditors may use a variety of tools and techniques to collect information. This could include technical tools like system scans, but also reviewing documentation, corporate policies, or even conducting interviews with employees. And these types of audits can identify issues beyond identifying simple technical vulnerabilities, including deficiencies in policies and security operations. And when we perform a vulnerability scan or a penetration test or an audit yields a finding, we need to confirm that finding. So with a vulnerability scan, for example, it assesses possible security vulnerabilities in computers, networks, and equipment. And here it's very important that we confirm the vulnerability is in fact true. So if we find a false positive, this is where the scan believes there's a vulnerability, but when physically checked, it's not there. It could be a false reading in the vulnerability scanner. It could be that you were performing an unauthenticated scan, so it came to an errant conclusion due to simple lack of access. Now we have a false negative where there is a vulnerability, but the scanner does not detect it. A true positive, this is where the results of the system scan agree with the manual inspection, with the confirmation process. But following a vulnerability scan, it's important that we review the log files and the reports that list any potential vulnerabilities to identify their veracity. So when we know those findings are indeed true, then we can move into the process of prioritizing our remediation efforts. Now, earlier in our session, I've mentioned common vulnerabilities and exposures, the CVE, and the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, CVSS. So I want to just unpack that with you here briefly. So the CVSS is the overall score assigned to a vulnerability. It indicates the severity, and it's used by many vulnerability scanning tools. I would say it's the most common method today. The CVE is a list of all publicly disclosed vulnerabilities that includes the CVE ID for a specific vulnerability, a description, dates, and comments. The CVSS score is not reported in the CVE listing. You have to use the National Vulnerability Database to find the assigned CVSS score. The CVE list feeds into that National Vulnerability Database. That National Vulnerability Database is actually maintained by NIST, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and it is synchronized with the MITRE CVE list I mentioned earlier. Now let's talk about vulnerability classification. This is the process of categorizing vulnerabilities based on their severity and potential impact, and it helps prioritize remediation efforts and effective allocation of our resources to the most important functions. There are several vulnerability classification systems, but the most widely used is the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, the CVSS, which assigns a score from 0 to 10, so least severe to most severe is that score. And it includes three primary metrics: exploitability, so basically how easy is it to exploit the vulnerability; the impact, what kind of damage can an attacker cause if they exploit the vulnerability; and the scope, to what systems or assets does the vulnerability apply. And so as one might guess, easily exploitable, high impact exploits with a broad scope would be those that would get the highest score. And next we have exposure factor, which is the percentage of value an asset lost due to an incident. So it's the portion of an asset that an organization expects would be damaged if a risk materializes. So for example, we have a building worth $1 million. It is estimated a tornado will result in 30% damage or loss. That's $300,000, so our exposure factor is 30% there. In this case, a likely response is insurance. It's transferring the risk to the insurance company. Environmental variable shows up on the syllabus as well. These are the specific circumstances and factors within an organization's environment that can impact the severity, likelihood, or risk associated with a particular vulnerability. So let's go through a few environmental variables just to give you some context here for exam day. There's asset criticality, so the importance of the affected system. The network topology can factor, so the layout and configuration of the organization's network and access controls, which can influence the potential impact of a vulnerability. If a system is isolated to a specific network segment, if it's not connected to the public internet, then the impact is going to be much different than a public-facing internet-connected system. Data sensitivity, so the level of confidentiality, integrity, and availability required for the data stored or processed by the affected system. The user base, the number and type of users accessing the vulnerable system, as well as their privileges and access rights. So we're going to be more concerned with assets used by a large number of users and potentially more concerned about assets that are used by our employees that are involved in customer-facing operations. Continuing down the list, we have external dependency, so reliance on third-party services, vendors, or partners that may be affected by a vulnerability. The threat landscape, the current state of threats, including the prevalence of attacks exploiting the specific vulnerability and the likelihood of the organization being targeted. So if we have information from one of our threat intelligence feeds that tells us that the current version of a specific software package we're using is vulnerable to a threat that is being actively exploited, we're going to have our guard up. And it may prompt us to move to take additional measures and to put additional security controls in place. There are operational constraints, so the organization's ability to implement remediation measures, considering factors like maintenance windows and potential disruption to business processes. And regulatory requirements, so industry-specific or general data protection and security regulations that the organization must comply with, like GDPR for customers in the EU, HIPAA for healthcare-related information, PCI DSS for credit card processors. Next on our list is risk tolerance. So risk tolerance, sometimes called risk appetite, is the amount of risk a company is willing to accept. Risk tolerance and risk appetite are often used interchangeably, though risk appetite generally speaks to risk in the aggregate and risk tolerance speaks to risk on a per individual risk basis. Should it come up on the exam, you can consider these terms as equivalent. So two ways to say the same thing. And regulations can affect our risk tolerance as well. So regulations addressing data privacy and security that might influence an organization's tolerance and security posture would include GDPR, which applies to any company with customers in the EU, Sarbanes-Oxley, which applies to all publicly traded companies in the United States, HIPAA, which applies to companies working with protected health information, and credit card processors are subject to PCI DSS regulations. And based on our risk tolerance in an organization, we will respond to risk differently. There are 4 responses to risk I want to introduce you to here. The first is risk acceptance, where the organization does nothing and they accept the risk and the potential loss if the threat occurs. If the risk is low and the potential loss is small, acceptance is a likely path. There's risk mitigation, which you do by implementing a countermeasure and accepting the residual risk. That is the risk that remains after the mitigation is in place. So risk mitigation is the act of reducing risk. In risk transference, the organization will transfer or assign the risk to a third party, such as by purchasing insurance against damage, such as a cyber insurance policy or a policy to protect a building in the event of a natural disaster like a hurricane or tornado. Risk avoidance happens when the cost of mitigating or accepting risks are higher than the benefits of the service. in which case the organization avoids implementing that service that would expose them to that unacceptable risk. So with that in mind, let's move on to vulnerability response and remediation. So here we're talking about the process of eliminating vulnerabilities discovered in the vulnerability scan. So responses would include patching, so software patches or updates that correct OS and application vulnerabilities. And firmware patches and driver updates address hardware vulnerabilities. We have insurance, where we purchase a policy to provide payment for replacement in the event a risk is realized or the vulnerability exploited. So that is transferring the risk, which we just discussed. Segmentation is another potential response. So placing the system that's impacted on an isolated segment to reduce external exposure. Another approach is compensating control. So this is a secondary or supporting security control that prevents the vulnerability from being exploited. So for example, we can use secure coding practices to avoid SQL injection exploits, which impact systems where we don't have proper input validation on our forms. When we've neglected those secure coding practices, we can implement a web application firewall as a backup to protect against that SQL injection attack. You may recall from our earlier discussion, a web application firewall typically implements an OWASP core rule set that protects against those common top 10 web application exploits, which includes SQL injection. So in this case, the WAF is a supporting or backup control because we missed that first line of defense. And exception or exemption is the last option on the response list in the syllabus, which is allowing a vulnerable system to continue to operate without doing anything to address the problem. This is effectively risk acceptance, and is a decision that must be weighed very carefully. We don't want to accept risks that are too high or too meaningful to the organization to fail to address. Next, we have validation of remediation, which ensures the identified vulnerabilities have been effectively addressed and that the chosen mitigation has actually eliminated the security weakness. So a very common response is rescanning. So the security tools are often used to rescan the affected system after the remediation steps are completed to see if it triggers the discovery of the vulnerability on the second scan. Another validation option is audit. This is an in-depth examination of the remediation process and documentation that may well involve review of the chosen mitigation strategy as well. So where rescanning just ensures we have closed the gap in terms of what the vulnerability was, the audit process may also examine how we chose to close the gap. And verification. This is actively testing the system to see if the vulnerability can still be exploited. As you might imagine, rescanning is far and away the most common response. Fastest, easiest, generally accurate, though the least thorough of the lot. And that brings us to the last phase of the vulnerability lifecycle, which is reporting. Communicating the findings, actions taken, and lessons learned to relevant stakeholders within the organization. This ensures that decision makers are informed about the actions we've taken and their impact to the current security posture. It details any trends, patterns, or vulnerable areas requiring further attention. We may offer recommendations for improvements based on findings and our experiences throughout the life cycle, but it closes the communication loop and completes the vulnerability lifecycle. And that brings us to section 4.4, where we'll focus on security alerting and monitoring. Specifically, the syllabus challenges us to explain security alerting and monitoring concepts and tools. So we'll begin with a look at some fundamental monitoring concepts and the benefit to security. We'll then dig into a number of activities, from log aggregation to reporting and alert response. And we'll walk through a number of tools. Some of these I'm sure you've heard of, others I'm pretty sure you haven't. So what I'll try to do is cover the concepts and move into the benefit and provide examples everywhere I can. So even if you don't have exposure in the real world, you'll have the context you need for exam day. Because whether it's concepts, activities, or tools, you need to understand what it is, how it benefits us, and why it's important to security. So let's start with monitoring computing resources. So monitoring systems refers to tracking the health and activity of individual devices, like servers, workstations, and network equipment. And at a base level here, we're going to monitor metrics like CPU, memory, disk, network activity, login attempts, running processes. The metrics will be a bit different when we focus on tracking the health and performance of specific software applications, where we'll look for application response times, resource usage, error logs, and potentially transaction failures. Those are some pretty general examples. It's going to be a bit different for every application. And then we have infrastructure monitoring, which tracks health and performance of the underlying IT infrastructure. We're talking about networks, firewall, storage, etc. And we look here at traffic volume, bandwidth, latency, packet loss, storage capacity. And there's security benefit even in these foundational monitoring efforts, because if we see fluctuation in baseline monitoring metrics, it can indicate potentially malicious activity or even an attack in progress. If I see a spike in CPU or memory on an individual device, there may be something bad going on, like a brute force attempt. If I see a spike in resource usage on my application, that could indicate distributed denial of service or other attack on my application. If I see a surge in the volume of my network traffic or my bandwidth utilization, a sudden jump in my storage utilization because of a burst of login attempts generating log files. So even in these sort of foundational computing monitoring efforts, we can see some indicators that give us advance warning that something's going on in the security context. So let's talk through activities. So the activities in this list would apply to standard system infrastructure and application monitoring, but security will be the focus on this exam, so that's where we're going to direct our attention. The log aggregation is very important to security. Your security tools collect logs from various systems, applications, and network devices, and by aggregating those logs to a central source, it eases the analysis and threat detection process. Especially if we're aggregating those logs to a system like a security information event management system that will typically standardize the event format to a common schema, we can then perform one query that brings information back across multiple disparate log sources. So in particular with a SIEM, even though we're pulling data from network appliances, from security logs on Windows systems, from applications, syslog, our cloud identity provider, that SIEM is going to typically normalize all that data coming into a standard event schema. Alerting is typically going to come from security tools triggering alerts based on predefined rules or anomalies detected in logs. So most of your monitoring systems, including a SIEM, will come with predefined rules that are looking for a specific condition or sequence of events. Anomalies might be tracked in other fashions. This could be user entity behavior analysis or machine learning or some other intelligent detection that's watching a baseline of normal. But these alerts will notify security teams of potential threats requiring investigation. A simple example would be an alert generated if a user logs in from an unusual location, potentially indicating unauthorized access that we see in the form of impossible travel. And next we have scanning. This involves proactively searching systems and networks for vulnerabilities, malware, and misconfigurations. So vulnerability scanning is the perfect example, which we discussed in depth in section 4.3. So regularly scanning for vulnerabilities helps identify and then enables us to patch security weaknesses before attackers exploit them. In fact, many zero-day vulnerabilities can be avoided through the simple practice of patching systems in a timely manner. And then we have reports, and there are a variety of reports that are important for security. So your tools will generate reports summarizing security events, identified threats, overall posture, and they provide insights for security teams and management to assess security risks and make informed decisions. And if you're down there at the technical level dealing with these reports in their design or production for distribution, you want to make sure that you're producing reports that are at the right level of detail for the team you're working with. So the security team needs full detail, management needs summary information that helps them understand current state, vulnerabilities that are top of mind, trends that we see, areas we feel we need focus, which may require budget. Archiving is very important as well, because logs and security events are produced in massive amounts, and they have to be archived for future reference for forensic analysis in case of a security incident. Heaven forbid it takes a few days or a few weeks to recognize that we have a security incident in progress. We want to make sure we have those historical logs so we have that audit trail of the entire sequence of events. But that archive data helps investigate the root cause of security breaches and to identify trends in attacker behavior over time. If we can look back into our logs over the last 90 days, 6 months, 1 year, we can see when certain types of potentially malicious activity began. And finally, we have in the activities category alert response, remediation, and validation. So alert response focuses on how the team reacts when an alert is triggered. They need to investigate to determine if it's a real threat or false positive, step 1. And if it is real, steps need to be taken to contain the damage and remediate the issue. Validation involves confirming the threat and the effectiveness of remediation efforts, very much like what we discussed with vulnerability scanning in section 4.3. So there we talked about validating through rescanning to see if the vulnerability showed up on the next report, or how an audit might go deeper into the solution, but not just what we did, but how we did it. And then a third potential validation option of actually testing to see if the vulnerability has been remediated. Sometimes quarantine is necessary. And this might mean quarantine in the context of a piece of suspected malware. It could be an email with a malicious attachment. It could be quarantining an entire system in the case of an EDR or XDR solution. But they all have the same goal, and that is to prevent further spread of any threat. And alert tuning is a part of just about any monitoring tool. We have to fine-tune alerts to reduce false positives, to adjust the system to the right fit for our environment, for what's normal in our environment, in our systems, in our applications, in our infrastructure. And this is typically a process that takes place in small doses in the first few weeks of a system deployment. Like we can deploy a cloud-based SIM solution in a matter of hours or days, but then we will spend a little bit of time 3, 4, 5 times a week for the first month or two, really just tweaking the alerts and the rules to our environment. And you get to a steady state over time, and then the effort becomes small and manageable. But none of these monitoring tools ever come right out of the box working perfectly in your environment without the need for at least some tuning. And these activities really apply to SIEM systems, XDR, intrusion detection and prevention, a cloud access security broker or CASB, and even other tools. They're each monitoring our environment from a different angle, from a different perspective, but they're all producing alerts, and we need to validate and tune and remediate across all of them. We're going to move on to tools, and we'll start with SCAP, which is Security Content Automation Protocol. It's a set of open standards that facilitate automated management of vulnerabilities and security policy compliance. So I want to take you through the benefits of SCAP and then give you a couple of examples so you're ready for exam day. So the first is automation. SCAP automates vulnerability management tasks, saving time and resources for security teams. Automation is a theme you're going to hear frequently when it comes to security incident analysis and response. Standardization. So SCAP promotes a standardized approach to vulnerability management, enabling interoperability between different tools and improved accuracy. Automation reduces the risk of human error in vulnerability scanning and assessment. And SCAP also helps with compliant. So it helps organizations comply with security regulations that require vulnerability management and configuration control. We see SCAP used commonly in SIEM solutions, vulnerability scanners, and other security configuration management tools. Next, we have benchmarks. And this is a quick refresher from section 4.1. We actually talked about benchmarks in our discussion on baselines, so I want to just give you the quick walkthrough again for reinforcement. So we have a control, which is a high-level description of a feature or activity that needs to be addressed and is not specific to any technology or implementation. We then have the benchmark, which contains security recommendations for a specific technology like an IaaS VM or an operating system or an enterprise application. And then we have the baseline, which is the implementation of the benchmark on the individual service. So a control is expressed in a benchmark. The controls are expressed in that benchmark, which is the collection of security recommendations. And the benchmark is implemented through a baseline. So benchmarks, which consist of multiple controls, provide guidance on secure configuration and when implemented as baselines, enforce desired configuration. And we're typically doing that in an automated fashion with configuration management tools of one sort or another. Next, we see reference to agents and agentless strategies in tools. And in this section, this really means in the context of logging and monitoring. So agents are used to send logs for systems that don't have a specific logging or forwarding capability. Agents will often be used on server and desktop endpoints, meaning the logging or monitoring solution will have an agent we can deploy to these operating systems. Agentless options are used to send data without a separate program or agent deployed to allow or enable that. Network appliances send syslog data all the time without the need for a local agent. After all, they don't have the same sort of operating system where we can easily deploy additional programs, so that's a good thing. And an agent-based solution may be more vulnerable to tampering, and it requires updates, and it may consume excessive resources. But on the plus side, we have more control in some respects with an agent-based solution. But generally speaking, you're going to be deploying agent-based solutions quite often to Windows and Linux operating systems, and your network appliances are going to forward their logs agentlessly, and sometimes there may be an API-based integration with the tools where you're aggregating your logs. And speaking of log aggregation, our next topics are SIEM and SOAR. SIEM is Security Information Event Management, and that's a system that collects data from many other sources within the network. It provides real-time monitoring, analysis, correlation, and notification of potential attacks. Log aggregation happens here. We're aggregating all of our logs from disparate sources in our SIEM quite often. And going hand in hand with SIEM is SOAR, Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response, which is centralized alert and response automation with threat-specific runbooks. With SOAR, response may be fully automatic or it may be single-click, what we call semi-automated. It may require that a SOC analyst clicks the button to launch the automation. Many of the providers in the SIEM space provide this SOAR capability together with their SIEM solution. It's part of the solution. So I mentioned runbooks there. Let's just cover a couple of terms here. And we're going to talk about AI and machine learning. I think that's something you should know for the exam just in case. We'll get to that in a moment, but I want to unpack runbooks and playbooks in the context of SOAR. So a playbook is a document or checklist that defines how to verify an incident. A runbook implements the playbook data into an automated tool. So the playbook is the paperwork. It's our strategy, it's our plan, it's what we would like to do. The runbook is the implementation in technology that actually automates that task. To keep those two straight in your head, you might think of the playbook as the book sports teams use to write their plays that they need to study before they go to the game where they run those plays, the actual doing. Let's work log aggregation into the bigger picture here. So I want to walk through high-level role of log aggregation to incident analysis and response procedures in the Security Operations Center, the SOC. So it kind of starts with log collection. We integrate our security processes and tooling in a central location. That central location is the SIM, Security Information Event Management. SOAR provides response automation, often using machine learning and artificial intelligence, and response automation makes it faster than humans in identifying and responding to true incidents. It reduces mean time to discovery and accelerates response. It uses playbooks and runbooks that define an incident and response on paper and in practice, as we discussed. Capabilities are going to vary by situation and vendor, and then your SOC analysts are going to interpret the SIM and SOAR information and respond as necessary to resolve incidents. That may be interpreting if a finding using SIM data along with some SOAR automation is in fact a true incident and pressing the button to kick off the automated remediation. But all of your best SIM solutions and XDR solutions have automated investigative capabilities to help the SOC keep up with the flow of potentially malicious activities. And somebody in the SOC may be responsible for adjusting log collection over time as well to make sure we get a good broad view of what's going on in our environment. So I want to talk through some key SIM features necessary to optimize event detection and visibility and to scale security operations as I'm describing here. So we're using the SIM as our central point of log aggregation. So rather than leaving the log data scattered around the environment on various hosts, the SIM allows us to gather logs from a variety of sources: operating systems, applications, network appliances, cloud infrastructure, cloud services, user devices, identity as a service platforms, SaaS applications. Insert technology here. You'll find some SIM solutions have connectors and agentless and agent-based solutions to cover hundreds of different log sources. And I want to cover a few foundational terms here because I think knowing the difference between these may prove helpful on the exam. So we have artificial intelligence, which focuses on accomplishing smart tasks, combining machine learning and deep learning to emulate human intelligence. Machine learning is a subset of AI. These are computer algorithms that improve automatically through experience and the use of data. And deep learning is a subfield of machine learning concerned with algorithms inspired by the structure and function of the brain called artificial neural networks. AI and machine learning come up commonly in discussions with tools like the SIM, and increasingly are foundational components when it comes to cybersecurity tooling. Along these lines, when we get to log analysis, there are some other techniques, some smart techniques that may come up. So user entity behavior analysis, or UBA, which is based on the interaction of a user that focuses on their identity and the data they would normally access on a normal day. It sort of charts the devices the user normally uses, the servers they normally visit. It creates a baseline of normal over a period of time. Usually it's going to be a few days. There's sentiment analysis, which is using artificial intelligence and machine learning to identify attacks. So sentiment analysis can monitor articles on social media, look at text, and analyze the sentiment behind articles. And over time, it can identify users' attitudes toward different aspects of cybersecurity. I want to explore SIM with you a bit further and talk through the key SIM features necessary to optimize event detection and visibility and to scale security operations. So SIM solutions will support investigative monitoring. Basically, when manual investigation is required, the SIM should provide support capabilities like querying log files and generating reports. And so the idea of the SIM is we're bringing data in from all of these different tools, from our body of data, our applications, our identity platform, our endpoints, our infrastructure. And the SIM normalizes that data into a common event schema so we can perform manual investigation across all of that data in one place. It gives us broad visibility across the environment and better context in log searches and security investigations. If I have to go search my logins, my identity platform logs, separately from my endpoint logs and separately from my infrastructure logs, piecing together the big picture of a potential breach is going to take a lot of effort and a lot of correlation on my part. But when we have a SIM solution that's consuming those logs from all those different sources, normalizing that data and giving us one place to search all that data, it's going to accelerate our investigative capabilities. And then when we couple SIM with SOAR, all of that log data and complex response automation via SOAR become possible. So let's touch on reporting and dashboards briefly. So our SIM solution will typically give us a centralized dashboard, visibility into the information on threats in real time in one central location. Sensors are going to be deployed across our network, monitoring and collecting changes in network patterns and log file entries as they occur. And this is going to vary by solution and device. It may be a sensor, syslog, text log, API, or other format. So we know that the sources of log ingestion are going to vary. We need to think about sensitivity because we can monitor our data communications that might include personally identifiable information, protected health information, other sensitive data, and in that process we can identify potential concerns related to data privacy, to data confidentiality. We can identify trends in network traffic, event volume, changes in activities or activity levels across our identities, our endpoints, our network, and our infrastructure. We can see that anomalous behavior popping up in those trends. Alerts provide information about events on host and network devices, and potentially across all of these, recognizing the anomalies in the trends. And in our SIM, we can layer in optional email notification, potentially some response automation via runbooks in SOAR. And remember, correlation is the key here. It's correlating, aggregating, and analyzing log files from multiple sources to generate that broad, centralized view. It gives us much greater context of the scope of a bad actor's activity throughout our environment. We do need to remember, though, that because the sequence of events crosses multiple sources, time sync matters. So typically we'll use NTP, Network Time Protocol, that will automatically synchronize the time from an authoritative source on our server and client operating systems and on our network devices. It's more or less baked into most systems these days. Up next in the list of tools is antivirus, and it's a solution I think we may take for granted, but modern antivirus solutions have evolved to combat increasingly sophisticated cyber threats. I want to take you through a few features you should expect in modern antivirus solutions, and you should be looking for if you are out there shopping for a solution on behalf of your organization or tasked with configuring a solution. Real-time protection is one, so continuously monitoring system activity for suspicious behavior, blocking malware before it can infect the device, whether that's blocking or quarantining so we can examine manually. Multi-layered defense, so combining various techniques like signature-based detection. Antivirus signatures is really the old-school method that's been around for decades, with behavior analysis, so UBA that we talked about earlier, and machine learning to identify and block a wider range of threats, because many of the malware variants you're going to see have never been witnessed before. And that's where heuristic analysis can also come into play, to analyze files for suspicious characteristics even if they haven't been encountered before, so those zero-day attacks. Sandboxing is another useful feature. So sandboxing will isolate suspicious files in a virtual environment to test their behavior before allowing them to run on the system. So cloud-based threat intelligence is another big selling point today with antivirus. So access to real-time updates on new threats and vulnerabilities from centralized cloud databases. And some of these solutions will even have direct cloud connectivity for real-time sample submission and evaluation. So I've actually seen that play out in demonstration years ago, and I remember the first time I saw that, the demonstrator executed a never-before-seen virus on one system, and he attempted to execute it again 3 seconds later on another computer there on the stage, and it was effectively blocked because the antivirus solution had direct cloud connectivity, so the first system had submitted the sample of what it thought was malware. The cloud intelligence had decided, yes, this was malware, and automatically instructed the other system to block it. All right, moving on, let's talk about data loss prevention, next on the list. Simply called DLP for short. It's a system designed to identify, inventory, and control the use of data that an organization deems sensitive. It spans several categories of controls, from detective and preventative to corrective, meaning it may have capability to detect unwanted access, to prevent unwanted access, and to correct access that we would like to revoke even. Policies can typically be applied to email, SharePoint, cloud storage, removable devices, and even databases. But what DLP is, said a bit more simply, it's a way to protect sensitive information and prevent its inadvertent disclosure. It can identify, monitor, and automatically protect sensitive information in documents, and it monitors for and alerts on potential breaches. Policy violations like oversharing can be alerted on automatically many times. And a core principle around data loss prevention solutions is that protection must travel with the document, file, or other data, preventing local override of the DLP protections. DLP solutions typically allow us to apply a sensitivity label to documents, and it may apply that sensitivity label automatically based on the sensitive data types that it detects in those documents. So let's move on to SNMP, which is Simple Network Management Protocol. SNMP is used to monitor and manage network devices like routers and switches. It can be used to modify device configuration or report status to a management system. Agents installed on devices send info to an SNMP manager through notifications known as SNMP traps. Remember, SNMP v1 and v2 both have vulnerabilities, including sending passwords across the network in clear text, but SNMP version 3 encrypts credentials before sending them over the wire, making it a secure protocol. I would remember this distinction for the exam. Next, we have NetFlow. NetFlow is a feature available on many routers and switches that can collect IP traffic statistics and send them to a NetFlow collector. The NetFlow collector receives and stores the data. Protocol analyzers like Wireshark enable capture and view of data, including headers and payloads of individual packets. By comparison, NetFlow only records counts or stats related to data a device receives. It uses templates to identify what data to include in a NetFlow packet, but it generally includes timestamps to identify the start and finish time of the flow, input interface identifier on the router and switch, the output interface identifier, which will be 0 if the packet's dropped, source information like the source IP address and port number if used. So traffic statistics, not the details within the packets, not the payload. So we've talked about vulnerability scans in section 4.3. Let's talk about the role of vulnerability scans in monitoring and maintenance. So we know a vulnerability scan is to identify weaknesses in your IT infrastructure. It uses automated tools to scan systems for known vulnerabilities. So it's looking for those vulnerabilities that have been published so it can give us the CVE when it's discovered in the scan. It reports the identified weaknesses and categorizes their severity, usually with that CVE item, and it may suggest potential remediation steps depending on the solution. But regular vulnerability scans can verify the efficacy of your configuration management, identifying both new issues and potentially regressions, issues that we've solved in the past but have somehow crept back into our environment. And what you'll find is a monthly vulnerability scan establishes a pattern in which the team can quickly spot negative changes month to month. They get a good picture of what normal looks like over time, so they'll recognize when they see something pop up on the report that they have solved before. That's a wrap on section 4.4. Moving on to 4.5. And here in section 4.5, we're going to focus on enhancing security through enterprise capabilities. And that's exactly the challenge in the syllabus. Given a scenario, modify enterprise capabilities to enhance security. And the syllabus calls out many technologies we have discussed before in this series. Firewalls, intrusion detection and prevention, web filtering, operating system security, secure protocols. And we get into some new territory, DNS filtering, email security. We'll see some new topics come up. But the reality is all of these technologies that you see here and the others mentioned, file integrity monitoring, DLP, network access control, EDR and XDR, user behavior analytics, which is actually another name for a topic we've discussed previously. All of these technologies we see here are multifaceted. And if we use them in different ways, we can potentially use them to greater effect. We're going to discuss how these are used in the enterprise and to what benefit. So the what, the how, and why. We'll go right down the list, beginning with the firewall. I suspect you're familiar with a firewall at its most basic level. It's a security system that controls incoming and outgoing network traffic according to predefined rules. And rules are one of the terms called out here in the syllabus. In fact, firewalls use what we call rule-based access control, because they apply these rules to all entities that attempt to send traffic inbound or outbound through this device. They define the firewall security policies, which include a source address, which will be an IP address or network segment allowed to initiate communication, and a destination, which is the IP address or network segment allowed to receive communication. It includes a port and protocol. That would be the port number and the communication protocol used for the traffic. Think of the protocol as the language that is allowed to be spoken, and the port number is the pathway on which it travels. So for example, DNS is a protocol. DNS operates on port 53, and DNS will use TCP 53 in some cases, UDP 53 in others, depending on the function. And the rule will contain an action, so whether to allow or deny the traffic. And these rules are gathered into groups. These groups are called access lists, sometimes called access control lists, ACLs. And they are collections of firewall rules that define what traffic is allowed or denied. There are, at the highest level, a couple of types of access lists. You have standard ACLs, which are simple rules based on source IP address and destination IPs, and then you have extended ACLs or ACLs, which are more complex rules that consider additional factors like port numbers, protocols, and the direction of traffic. What you will almost always see in a firewall as well is if no allow rule is encountered in the list, the last rule is generally a deny all rule. That which is not explicitly authorized is explicitly denied. And next we have port and protocol. So every network communication happens over a specific port. Think of that as the channel, and the protocol is the language. So a couple of common protocols. We have TCP, Transmission Control Protocol, layer 4 of the OSI model, which is used for reliable connection-oriented traffic. Web browsing, file transfer, operations where integrity is more important than real-time delivery. UDP, User Datagram Protocol, also operates at layer 4 of the OSI model. It is a connectionless protocol used for streaming services and online gaming. So in UDP, if packets are dropped, they're not retransmitted. In a real-time operation like a voice conversation or online gaming or a video conference, what good would retransmission do? It would not do any good. And then we have ICMP, Internet Control Message Protocol, which is used for diagnostics like ping. In fact, ethical hackers and bad actors alike will use an ICMP echo, a ping, to do a sweep on a network to find responsive endpoints, which is why whenever possible we disable ICMP echo so those ping sweeps to identify active nodes are not possible. Moving on to screened subnet. The screened subnet is a boundary layer between the internet and the trusted network. So, for example, front-end web and email servers might reside in a screened subnet, because there is a need for secure external access to those resources, access from outside our trusted network. On the other hand, systems with sensitive data or hosting identity and access management would typically not be located in a screened subnet. So Active Directory, for example. Your domain controllers are going to be in the trusted network and protected, and the firewall acts as a screen, allowing only authorized traffic to flow between the internal and the external. And traffic is allowed into the screened subnet based on the defined rules and access lists. Again, rule-based access control with firewalls. Other names for a screened subnet would include the demilitarized zone, DMZ, or a perimeter network. 3 ways to say the same thing. So next we see the syllabus brings up a detail of intrusion detection and prevention that we've talked about using some different terminology earlier in the series, and it really focuses on how IDS and IPS systems recognize potential threats. Some systems will analyze trends, which refers to patterns and anomalies observed in network traffic or systems over time. So it's watching traffic and looking at what's not normal. It's looking for the anomalies. And this can help identify potential threats that might not be immediately obvious from a single event. And others use signature-based detection, which are predefined patterns of malicious activity used to detect known threats based on indicators of compromise associated with specific attacks or malware. Think of it like signatures in antivirus from days past. Both your host-based and network-based intrusion detection or prevention can use trends, signatures, or a combination of both. Earlier in the series I had described these capabilities, but with different terminology, perhaps a bit more detail and nuance, and that was through behavior-based IDS or IPS, which are also called anomaly-based or heuristic-based. And in behavior-based, the system creates a baseline of activity to identify normal behavior, and then it measures system performance against that baseline to detect abnormal behavior. And by doing this, it can detect previously unknown attack methods, it can detect activity over time that wouldn't be obvious through a one-time observation. And then we have signature-based IDS and IPS, also called knowledge-based, which use predefined patterns of malicious activity to detect known threats. And again, known threats is the key phrase there. It's only effective against known attack methods because it's relying on that signature of something that has been seen before. And again, both your host-based and network-based IDS or IPS can be knowledge-based, behavior-based, or a combination of both. Next on the list is web filter. Web filtering is conducted through either a centralized proxy, device, or agent-based tool that allows or blocks traffic based on content rules. And we see a number of terms under web filter on the syllabus, so let's unpack these one by one, beginning with deployment methods. We have 2 primary solution or deployment models. We have agent-based, which are software agents installed on individual devices like computers or laptops, and they monitor web browsing activity directly on those devices. This model is going to be very handy in a work-from-anywhere scenario where we have many remote workers, especially if those workers are not connecting back to the corporate office where their web traffic is being routed out through a central proxy on our corporate site. Agent-based solutions allow us to enforce our will anywhere that user may be working. And then we have the centralized proxy where all web traffic from the network is routed through a central server, a proxy that then performs the filtering. So with the centralized proxy solution, we have centralized management, but it can introduce performance overhead and potential bottlenecks based on the capacity of the appliance. But it's going to be much more difficult for a bad actor to disable that centralized proxy solution. With agent-based, it's going to be more vulnerable to simply being turned off by a bad actor. Or in the wrong situation, a user who's been granted admin privileges on their workstation. Next on the list are filtering techniques. So we have URL scanning, where web filters are checking URLs against blacklists of known malicious or inappropriate websites. And most of your web filter solutions can categorize content based on the type of content that's being served up. It may be predefined categories it's using, like social media, gambling, news, etc., but it's usually augmentable. We can extend it with some custom admin configuration, and access can be allowed or blocked based on these categories. And you can generally configure block rules. Administrators can define custom rules to block access to specific website or types of content. And another filtering technique is based on reputation. Web filters can leverage reputation databases that assign trust scores to websites based on various factors. And that allows the web filter to identify potentially risky websites based on their historical behavior. The web filtering brings a number of benefits. It can improve our security because we're protecting users from potentially malicious content. It can increase productivity and improve our compliance. We're preventing our users from seeing malicious content, potentially wasting time on bad resources, on potentially harmful resources. Now, an effective approach will balance security needs with the user experience. Because no system is perfect, we need to minimize false positives and have a way to remediate false positives. And we also have to consider user privacy, because users may be doing some personal browsing that's perfectly acceptable in our acceptable use policy that could include personal information, PII, credit card information. Most of that should be encrypted, but we certainly wouldn't want to collect it and keep it if it wasn't. Next on the list, we see operating system security. And here the syllabus mentions group policy, which comes from Active Directory domain services, our on-prem Active Directory domain controllers, etc. This provides policy-based control of Windows systems and domain settings through group policy objects, commonly called GPOs. So this gives us policy-based control of the operating system, application, and user settings. Microsoft offers up native group policy settings that we can use to configure a very wide variety of settings on the operating system, including the firewall. But also at the domain level, we can configure password policies. And your third-party applications, even Adobe, Google Chrome, many others, will provide group policy templates that you can import to configure their applications through group policy as well. And also on the list we see SE Linux, which is Security Enhanced Linux. It's a Linux kernel-based security module that provides additional security capabilities and options. It's implemented for multiple Linux distributions as well as Android and can be used with some embedded device applications. Next on the list is secure protocols, and I've tried to capture for you here the protocol, port number, and use cases. For the secure protocols, I believe, are most likely to appear on the exam based on the official text. And some of your protocols are secure. They don't have an unsecure version, like Secure Shell SSH is port 22, for example. Web browsing, on the other hand, happens over HTTP, which is unencrypted hypertext transport protocol. That's port 80, but you'll notice HTTPS on the list here, the secure version, which operates on port 443. And for IP security, IPsec, I believe you should know the protocols and the IPsec modes for the exam. I'll break those down for you in just a moment. And for the exam, it may be helpful to group these protocols by use case, and I've done some of that for you here. That's a process called chunking, where we break a big topic into smaller pieces based on relationships. So for example, you see a number of protocols here related to email, and some other protocols related to voice and video communications. So let's talk about those IPsec protocols. You should be familiar with authentication header and encapsulating security payload, abbreviated AH and ESP for short. Authentication header provides a mechanism for authentication only, and because it does not perform encryption on the payloads, it's faster than encapsulating security payload. So ESP provides data confidentiality, encryption, and authentication, so data integrity, data origin authentication, and replay protection. ESP can be used with confidentiality only, authentication only, or both confidentiality and authentication. It's configurable. There are two IPsec modes you should be familiar with. The first is transport mode, where the IP addresses in the outer header are used to determine the IPsec policy that will be applied to the packet. This is used for simple host-to-host traffic. That's what you want to remember about transport mode for the exam. This is for host-to-host traffic. In tunnel mode, two IP headers are sent. The inner IP packet determines the IPsec policy that protects the content. We use tunnel mode when we are tunneling host traffic within a site-to-site VPN connection, for example, when we're going gateway to gateway. And to wrap up secure protocols, you should be familiar with the characteristics of a secure protocol. The first is confidentiality, which ensures only authorized parties can access the information being transmitted. This is often achieved through encryption. Integrity, which guarantees that the data is not tampered with or altered during transmission. This may include the use of digital signatures to detect any unauthorized modifications. Authentication, which verifies the identity of the parties involved in the communication. This can involve user or machine authentication, or both. Non-repudiation prevents any party from denying their involvement in a transaction. Digital signatures can be used to achieve non-repudiation where the sender cannot deny sending the message. And finally, availability, which ensures the system or resource is accessible to authorized users when it's needed. This is going to include mechanisms like redundancy, having backup systems, and access control mechanisms to prevent unauthorized access. And next we have the DNS filter, which intercepts DNS requests before they reach malicious websites, protecting users from online threats. And it works by blocking malicious domains using a list of prohibited domains, subdomains, and hosts. And it will replace what is technically the correct response based on what the user entered with an alternate DNS response. And that response may block and redirect the user to an internal site, or it may allow access with a warning to the user. We gain a number of security benefits here. It's going to improve our overall security posture because we're showing the user less potentially malicious content. It's going to protect us from phishing attacks, which is where ransomware tends to come in the door. But DNS filtering offers centralized management, and many solutions these days are cloud-based deployments. But you do need to monitor for false positives and response latency. Again, balancing user experience with security. Now we're going to move on to email security, and we're going to begin with DKIM. And it's one of three technologies related to email security that are typically used together to greater effect. DKIM is Domain Keys Identified Mail, and it essentially acts like a digital signature for your emails. It attaches a cryptographic signature to outgoing emails. And this allows receiving servers to verify the email originated from your authorized mail server. The bottom line benefit here is it helps prevent email spoofing, where attackers forge email addresses to impersonate legitimate senders. Next, we have SPF, Sender Policy Framework. SPF's function is it acts like a whitelist. It publishes a list of authorized mail servers allowed to send emails on behalf of your domain. Receiving email servers can check the SPF record, which is stored in DNS, to see if the sender's IP address is authorized. So our administrators in IT can update that SPF record with any application or service that is authorized to send email on our behalf. So whether that is the actual email service or it's maybe voicemail with a VoIP system that sends the voicemails out through email, or some other third-party application, we can add IP addresses to that SPF record so receiving servers can verify that they are in fact authorized. And the bottom line benefit here is it prevents email spoofing by verifying if the email originated from an authorized mail server. So it essentially allows senders to define their authorized email servers, their authorized senders, and it allows recipients to verify that the sender is in fact authorized by that sending domain. Third on the list is DMARC, and DMARC brings SPF and DKIM together. These three work together essentially to greater effect. DMARC stands for Message Authentication Reporting and Conformance, and its function. DMARC tells receiving mail servers what to do with emails claiming to be from your domain. DMARC has 3 enforcement policies. There's none, which tracks email activity but doesn't take action. We typically use this during initial setup. There's quarantine, which quarantines emails failing SPF or DKIM checks so they can be reviewed manually. And there is reject, which rejects emails failing SPF or DKIM checks entirely. So just to summarize how DKIM, SPF, and DMARC work together, it's really DMARC that ties these together. But the net effect is the 3 work together in a complementary fashion. So SPF and DKIM work together to verify the legitimacy of the sender's email address and message. SPF verifies the sender, DKIM verifies the message, and DMARC leverages information from SPF and DKIM to determine how to handle emails that fail these authentication checks. But together you have a multi-layered approach that helps ensure only authorized visitors' emails reach your inbox, which means your users see less malicious content, less phishing, less ransomware attacks that are email bound, improving the overall security posture. Last on the list in the email category is the gateway. The email gateway acts as a security checkpoint for all your incoming and outgoing emails within the organization's network. So it uses filters and advanced detection techniques to identify and block emails containing malware, viruses, ransomware, and spam. So this helps prevent those emails from reaching employees and potentially compromising systems or leading to phishing attacks. So it's really acting as a critical first line of defense, significantly reducing the risk of these threats reaching your employees. There are really only 2 actions we can take to reduce the risk of ransomware. We can make sure that employees see fewer malicious emails, so we want fewer malicious emails delivered, and we want to reduce employee clicks on the emails they do see that are malicious. So technologies like those we've discussed here, DKIM, SPF, DMARC, and the email gateway can help us in making sure that the emails that are delivered are benign, and then through security awareness training we can reduce our employees' likelihood to click on messages that are malicious. We can teach them how to identify whether an email is safe. Next we have File Integrity Monitoring, or FIM for short, which safeguards critical files and system configurations from unauthorized modification. So during the initial setup of a FIM solution, it creates a baseline, a fingerprint, for each monitored file, generally using a cryptographic hash function like MD5 or SHA-256. And it then monitors to see if that fingerprint changes outside of our normal processes that update the files, capture the changes, and update the fingerprint. This delivers multiple benefits for us, including improved security posture, faster incident response, reduced downtime, and improved audit trails. We can identify an issue with a compromised system more quickly because the FIM solution will expose where a file's hash, its fingerprint, has changed outside of our process. FIM is great for monitoring the integrity of system files and sensitive data. It serves as a measure of configuration management or configuration enforcement. We sometimes see it called here in the Security Plus exam. Next on the list is Data Loss Prevention, DLP. So DLP is a way to protect sensitive information and prevent its inadvertent disclosure. It can identify, monitor, and automatically protect sensitive information and documents. And really beyond documents these days. It'll watch emails, chat applications in some cases, and even databases. Though documents was historically the focus. And it monitors for and alerts on potential breaches and policy violations like oversharing. So your policy actions include applying sensitivity labels, blocking access or user notifications to offer guidance to the user on sensitive data handling. The Security Plus exam is vendor agnostic. The capabilities are going to vary by vendor. So I'm giving you common enterprise features here given the focus of section 4.5. But today you'll find in these enterprise solutions, policies can typically be applied to email, SharePoint, cloud storage, removable devices, databases, a wide variety of data repositories. And protection travels with the document, file, or other data, preventing local override of DLP protections. That's absolutely fundamental to a DLP solution. And we have network access control. Let's consider a common scenario. We have a desktop or a laptop off the network for an extended period that may need multiple updates upon its return. And that's where Network Access Control, or NAC, can help. So after a remote client is authenticated, Network Access Control checks the device being used and makes sure that it is patched and compliant with corporate security policies. A compliant device is allowed to access the LAN. A non-compliant device may be redirected to a boundary network where a remediation service addresses issues. That boundary network is sometimes called a quarantine network. NAC solutions can be agent-based or agentless, so some operating systems include network access control as part of the operating system itself. No additional agent is required. These will generally perform checks when the system logs into the network and logs out of the network, making them somewhat less configurable on the whole. If you need additional functionality, you may require a persistent or dissolvable agent. So, a persistent agent is a permanent agent installed on the host. A dissolvable agent is known as a temporary agent, and it's installed for a single use. Extended detection and response, or XDR, is another very common enterprise security technology today. It integrates security visibility across the organization's entire infrastructure. It provides visibility into endpoints, cloud infrastructure, mobile devices, apps, data. It supports proactive threat hunting and can respond automatically to identified threats. So if we were to compare extended detection and response, XDR, to endpoint detection and response, EDR, EDR is focused on protecting the endpoint. It provides in-depth visibility and threat prevention on a particular device. XDR takes a wider view, integrating security across the endpoints, the cloud computing, email, and other solutions. But the key to XDR is the breadth of that visibility. It's looking across the infrastructure, giving us greater context. It's looking at services, devices, and infrastructure, and it gives us that threat hunting and response automation capability. Some of your EDR solutions have that, but XDR definitely has those advanced capabilities, and almost every XDR solution you bump into these days leverages AI, machine learning, and threat intelligence. And that threat intelligence is often coming in the form of connectivity to a cloud service, so it's seeing the emerging threat intelligence in near real time. Up next, we have User Behavior Analytics, UBA. It's a technique that analyzes user activity within a network or a system to identify potentially malicious or risky behavior, and it does so by focusing on understanding what constitutes normal user activity and then flagging deviations from that baseline as potential threats. So what a user behavior analytics system will do is collect data on user activities from various sources like login and logout times, file access and changes, network traffic patterns, application and device usage, data downloads and uploads. Now, looking at this description, this may resemble in your mind a topic we discussed earlier in our series, and in fact it does. So notice application and device usage in the list. So those are entities. So earlier in the series we talked about user entity behavior analytics. Roughly the same thing here. User behavior analytics may be slightly more narrowly focused, but the two are really synonymous for purposes of our discussion. So after collecting the data, the UBA system will then analyze this data using statistical methods, machine learning, historical baselines. It's looking for anomalies or suspicious patterns that might indicate compromised accounts. So for example, if a user logs in from an unusual location or at an unusual time or accesses unauthorized files, these fall outside the normal pattern. It could indicate a compromised account. Insider threat. So UBA can identify unusual activity patterns for employees, identifying anomalies that indicate potentially malicious insider behavior like mass upload, mass download, or mass file deletion. And this also makes UBA good at identifying potential malware infections because it's looking for unusual network traffic or file access patterns which could indicate system compromise, malware. So the goals and benefits here are many. So we get early detection of security threats. By identifying suspicious activity early, security teams can investigate and respond before any damage occurs. Reduced false positives. Because Yuba focuses on user behavior patterns over time, building that baseline of normal, it leads to fewer alerts compared to traditional security tools that rely solely on signatures. And it improves our investigation efficiency because it gives us context about user activity. It helps security teams investigate potential threats more efficiently because it's identifying unusual behavior and telling us why that behavior appears to be unusual. So, not really just more efficient. Yuba can make security investigation and detection more proactive, more accurate, and more efficient, lower effort. And that's a wrap on section 4.5. So moving on to 4.6. And here the syllabus challenges us, given a scenario, implement and maintain identity and access management. We'll start with a look at some identity lifecycle topics like provisioning and deprovisioning, permissions, and identity proofing. Then we're going to pivot and look at a number of functional and architecture topics like federation, single sign-on, interoperability, attestation, access controls, MFA, and we'll get in the weeds on the factors in multi-factor authentication. Password concepts, easy topic and should be a freebie for you, and we'll wrap up with privileged access management tools. All modern concepts we see in the cloud here, so very likely to appear on the exam, I'd say. So let's start with provisioning and deprovisioning. Provisioning is where our life cycle begins, creating new user accounts with appropriate access levels based on their job function at onboarding. And this is often automated or templated for efficiency and accuracy. So whether it's scripted automation or a template user that the admin is copying really depends on the identity platform, not important for our purposes. And we're provisioning with least privilege access, and identity proofing will be part of the process. We'll dig into proofing here in a moment. And the identity lifecycle ends with deprovisioning, so disabling or deleting user accounts when employment ends or roles change. And this, of course, prevents unauthorized access after someone leaves the company, so immediately deprovisioning at separation is important. If we wait 4 hours, 12 hours, or a week, that employee, even though they're separated from the company, has unauthorized access for a time, potentially. So let's move on to permission assignment. The three primary methods of assignment would include assigning direct to the user, which can still ensure least privilege assignment of permissions. This does create more work, and it actually increases the risk of permissions creep and increases our management effort when users change roles. Because now we have to go back and touch that user account, give them permissions, and remove previous permissions, which can be some work to unwind and figure out. Now, if we assign permissions to groups and then simply add users or remove users from groups, that gives us a way to simplify permission management for sets of users with similar needs. And it's certainly much more efficient than direct assignment to users. And then our third approach is with roles. Roles are defined by the tasks or responsibility a user has within the organization. So with a group, I'm putting a bunch of users into a collection and then I have to assign all the permissions. A role is typically pre-scoped with the permissions for specific tasks or responsibility based on that user's job-related tasks. So let me just show you what I mean here as an example. So I'm looking at Entra ID, formerly Azure Active Directory. This is the identity platform for Office 365. Now let's look at the properties for Adele here, one of our employees, and I can look at her assigned roles and I can add new role assignments, but look at the role options here. So I can pick the attribute log reader, which can read audit logs related to custom security attributes. The permissions are already assigned. If I dropped Adele into a group or a bunch of users into a group, I would have to configure those rights. And on this particular platform, as I scroll down the list, I see billing administrator, directory readers and writers, Exchange, so email-based administration, Edge, so browser-based tasks. There's a huge variety here, and on platforms where I can assign a role to a group, I can then gain that extra benefit. I get the efficiency of assigning those permissions one time to a group, but now I don't have to go configure the permissions on that group manually. It's done for me in an easier fashion by simply selecting the appropriate roles. And roles are very common on cloud platforms, but it offers a more functional approach to permission management. It's a more dynamic and flexible approach versus groups, and I would argue more accurate most times. We're going to move on to identity proofing, and I want to first talk to you about a related concept, and that's knowledge-based authentication, which pretty often plays a role in the identity proofing process. It's often used by banks and financial institutions or even email providers to identify someone when they want a password reset. And there are two major types of knowledge-based auth. There's dynamic and static, and they have their strengths and weaknesses. So static knowledge-based authentication is where there are questions that are common to the user. For example, what's the name of your first school? Which isn't bad, but that is potentially information that an attacker could go out and find. Now, dynamic is deemed more secure because they do not consist of questions provided beforehand. For example, the bank might ask that user to confirm their identity by specifying 3 direct debit mandates they've put onto their account, the date and the amount paid. So essentially asking them to go into their transaction history and to provide information that you couldn't find out on their social media profile potentially, for example. And knowledge-based authentication is something that may be used to help confirm a new user's identity when they're creating an account for the first time or at onboarding. This is known as identity proofing. It's sometimes referred to as identity verification, 2 ways to say the same thing. It confirms a person claiming a particular identity is actually who they say they are. And there are actually a few common methods for identity proofing. So document verification, knowledge-based verification using knowledge-based authentication, biometric, so requiring face, thumbprint, etc. Or also pretty common is what we'd call out-of-band verification, so using an SMS message, a phone call, or an email. But identity proofing is about verifying that claimed identity, validating any documentation or proof, and matching that identity with 100% certainty, knowing that the user is who they say they are. So let's move on to federation. Identity federation is a collection of domains that have an established trust. Now, the level of trust may vary, but it typically includes authentication and it almost always includes authorization. And it often includes a number of organizations that have established trust for shared access to a set of common resources. So, for example, you can federate your on-premises environment with cloud identity providers and use this federation for authentication and authorization. So in this case, the sign-in method ensures that all user authentication occurs on-premises. And in cases where we see the tie back to on-premises, it's often because it allows administrators to implement more rigorous levels of access control. They might use certificates, a key fob, a hard token, or a smart card. But we also see federation today with cloud identity platforms and social identity. So for example, I have a website that authenticates users with identity provider A. Let's say that identity provider is Entra ID. That's my platform. That's the platform that's used by Office 365 by default. But this is a business-to-consumer website, so I'd like to allow my users to authenticate with their preferred social identity. So let's say I have users that authenticate typically with Facebook across many services. They want to use their Facebook ID, so what I can do is federate here. I can create a trust from identity provider A, from Entra, to trust Facebook. So if I were to just look at that in the Entra portal here, so I'll go to the Entra ID portal and I'll go down to external identities and I'll look at their identity providers. And I see here I can configure traditional federation, but it also allows me to add social identities like Google, like Facebook, so I can configure that trust so the Entra platform trusts Facebook. And that's as far as you need to understand, right? So it can be, at that point, shared access because Entra trusts Facebook. And it doesn't have to be cloud. It may be cloud or on-premises. It's cloud in this example. And trust is not always bidirectional. In this case, it's not bidirectional. It's one direction from Entra to Facebook. So in the on-premises scenario, it would be from Entra to my on-premises provider. That's where I'd use that SAML option for configuring traditional federation. Let's move on to single sign-on. So in single sign-on, it means a user doesn't have to sign in to every application they use. The user logs in once, and that credential is used for multiple applications. You'll sometimes hear single sign-on based authentication systems called modern authentication. 2 protocols you'll hear of frequently here in the single sign-on category. We have Security Assertion Markup Language, SAML, for for short, which is an XML-based open standard data format for exchanging authentication and authorization data between parties. In particular, between an identity provider like Active Directory or Entra ID and a service provider, the app or the service that the user is authenticating to. SAML pretty often comes up in on-premises federation scenarios. In fact, we saw SAML as an option in the Entra ID portal, which would be the gateway to establishing federation with our on-premises environment via SAML. And then we have OAuth 2.0. That stands for Open Authorization. So it's an open standard for authorization commonly used as a way for internet users to log into third-party websites using their social identities without exposing their password. Today, you almost certainly log into one or more sites using your Facebook, Google, Twitter, or Microsoft account. And it's almost certainly open authorization behind the scenes that's facilitating the authorization to that third-party website. So next we see LDAP mentioned in the syllabus. This is really a reference to directory services, which are used to store, retrieve, and manage information about objects like user accounts, computer accounts, mail accounts, and information on other resources. LDAP is a common protocol for a directory service. In fact, it's used by Microsoft's Active Directory, which I suspect you may have heard of. So LDAP is Lightweight Directory Access Protocol. And that's part of the solution. We also need to authenticate users. So we couple that directory service with an authentication service to authenticate entities like users and computers. One such example is Kerberos, which is a protocol for authentication also used by Microsoft's Active Directory. Because Active Directory is the most widely used directory service in the enterprise, we should cover it for just a minute here. So it's a set of directory services developed by Microsoft as part of Windows 2000 for on-premises domain-based networks. So what that means is that it gives organizations the ability to manage multiple on-premises infrastructure components and systems using a single identity per user, rather than requiring users to have a local login for each server where they wanted to access resources. Now, it's worth mentioning that Active Directory doesn't natively support mobile devices, SaaS, or line of business applications that require modern authentication. But as Microsoft has scaled into the cloud with Office 365 and Azure Active Directory, and hybrid cloud and hybrid identity, they've built in support for all of these components in the enterprise. And an AD domain can scale from a single server, which is called a domain controller, into hundreds of servers as the organization grows and needs to scale. The domain controller has a copy of the directory, and it can also authenticate users, and we can place those domain controllers wherever we need to throughout our corporate offices, so users in our branch locations can authenticate even if they can't get back to the main office. So to explain Kerberos simply, it's the authentication protocol for an Active Directory domain. And to access a service, the client requests an authentication ticket. An authentication server checks the client's credentials and responds with a ticket. And when the client wants to use a service, it presents the ticket to request resource access. And it's certainly a bit more complex than that, but you don't need to get into those details for this exam. Do know that Kerberos prevents replay attacks, credential replay attacks, by using timestamps, ensuring that authentication messages are fresh and haven't been intercepted and reused or replayed by an attacker. Next on the syllabus, we see interoperability. So in the context of identity management, interoperability is about ensuring identity providers and applications can work together seamlessly. Absolutely critical in federation and single sign-on scenarios. Next on the list, we see attestation. So one of the conditions to access corporate resources may require that the access request originates from an approved managed device. Attestation is the process of confirming the device, laptop, mobile device, desktop, whatever, is an approved device compliant with company policies. Remote attestation involves checks that occur on a local device and are reported to a verification server, as with a mobile device management solution. Generally, this includes validation of a unique identifier for the hardware that confirms the device is known. Device attestation is very common in zero-trust architecture, and so common today. It's been a couple of years since I've worked with a client that didn't have it in place on all their endpoints. So it all starts with a hardware root of trust. We're going to talk through the basis for developing that device attestation. So hardware root of trust is a line of defense against executing unauthorized firmware on a system. And when certificates are used in full disk encryption, they use a hardware root of trust for key storage. It verifies that the keys match before the secure boot process takes place. A Trusted Platform Module, or TPM, is an implementation of a hardware root of trust. Let's talk about that TPM for a moment. So the TPM, a Trusted Platform Module, is a chip that resides on the motherboard of the device. It's multi-purpose, like storage and management of keys used for full disk encryption and secure boot. So when I say full disk encryption, I'm talking about BitLocker on Windows, dmcrypt on Linux. But it provides the operating system with access to keys, and it prevents anyone from removing the drive and then accessing the data later, because the keys to access that encrypted drive are on the chip on the motherboard. At the end of the day, I can remove a drive from a system protected with full disk encryption, and if I don't have access to those keys in the chip on the motherboard, I'm not getting to that data. So for the exam, you should know that the TPM provides secure storage of cryptographic keys to support the secure boot and full disk encryption processes. So moving on, let's talk about access control. And there are a few models you should be familiar with. First, we have non-discretionary access control, which enables enforcement of system-wide restrictions that override object-specific access control. Next, we have discretionary access control. Now, a key characteristic of this model is every object has an owner, and that owner can grant or deny access to any other subject. Let me clarify a couple of things. So this is naturally use-based, it's user-centric as we see, but object and subject can be confusing. So object refers to a resource one might try to access, like a file, and a subject refers to a user. An example of this model is the NTFS file system on Windows that we use to secure access to files and folders on the operating system. Next, we have role-based access control, or RBAC for short, where user accounts are placed in roles or groups, and admins assign access through roles and groups rather than to users directly, and they're typically mapping to job roles when they choose those permissions, so they can implement least privilege access. And RBAC is considered non-discretionary, by the way, because once that user has been assigned permission through membership in a role or a group, they cannot at their own discretion change their permissions. And we have rule-based access control. So the key characteristics here are that it applies global rules that apply to all subjects. Rules within this model are sometimes called restrictions or filters. The perfect example of rule-based access control are firewall rules. So firewall uses rules that allow or block traffic to all users equally. And those rules are rolled up into what are called access lists or access control lists. I want to take a quick sidebar with you here and talk about NTFS permissions. It does get called out in the official study guide, and it's a good example from the real world. So NTFS permissions are applied to every file and folder stored on a volume with an NTFS file system in Windows. So you'll see the interface where you have groups and usernames and then permissions down below. So if you've used this in Windows before, what you're using there is a discretionary access control system. Every file and folder has a discretionary access control list, or a DACL, and that DACL is a list of access control entries, what we'd call a rule on a firewall. So discretionary access control specifies every object will have an owner who has full control. And our next model is mandatory access control. This is a model in which every object and every subject has one or more labels. These labels are predefined, and the system determines access based on assigned labels. And finally, we have attribute-based access control. In this model, access is restricted based on an attribute on the account, like department, location, or some functional designation. So for example, admin may require user accounts have the legal department attribute to view contracts, or the HR department attribute to view HR information. And still here in the access controls category, we have time-based logins, which may be established for users based on a role where a company may have many different shift patterns and they don't wish for employees to access their network outside of their normal working hours. For example, employees might be restricted to accessing the network between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. And this type of policy can prevent data theft by preventing users from coming in at 3 a.m. when nobody's watching and stealing corporate data. It can also be effective in preventing individual fraud as well as collusion, where two or more individuals collaborate on a fraud, by enforcing restrictions of schedule rotations. And I see time-based login controls implemented in some industries, like financial services, where you have shift workers in sensitive roles. Last up in the access controls category, we have least privilege. So a subject should only be given privileges necessary to complete their job-related tasks. And this can prevent or limit the scope of security incidents and data theft. Hand in hand with least privilege is need to know. So this is where data access is restricted unless one has a specific need to know, meaning access to the information must be necessary for one to conduct their official duties. Otherwise, it results in a user being denied access even if they have security clearance. So these two go hand in hand. And need to know is really just implementing least privilege to a greater degree. Together they limit access to data and systems so users only have access to what they require. It can prevent security incidents, and when there are incidents, it can limit the scope of those issues. And when you don't follow these principles, it can result in far greater damage in the event of a security incident. Now let's move on to multi-factor authentication. So MFA works by requiring two or more of the following authentication methods. Something you know, like a PIN or a password. Something you have, like a trusted device. Or something you are, biometric, face or thumbprint. If you have a late model iPhone, you're almost certainly using facial recognition, and if you have an Android phone, maybe an older model, you might still be using a finger or thumbprint. But we have a number of options available to us. Certainly the Authenticator app we can put on our mobile devices, which can be locked with biometric authentication. Voice call and text messages a bit less desirable. We talked about relying on stronger methods. We'll talk about authentication tokens later in this session. And if you look at the syllabus, you'll actually see a fourth item on there in the MFA factors area. And that is somewhere you are, your expected location, like the company office, your home, or your home city. With modern identity platforms, we can configure dynamic authentication that evaluates the conditions of the access attempt, and when you're in an unexpected location, that raises a risk factor, and we can then pivot and perhaps require an additional factor, a strong second factor. And there are certainly a wide variety of attributes or factors we can implement in a number of specific situations. Something you can do, such as writing your signature, for example. Something you exhibit, the personalized manner you perform an action, such as your gait, the way you walk. Or someone you know, responding to a challenge with knowledge of a characteristic of a specific individual you know. So let's talk about biometrics for a moment. This is a method of authentication using an individual's physical characteristics, which of course are unique to the individual. Fingerprint scanners are now very common and used not only in MFA but various travel, financial, and legal situations, and of course many smartphones today have fingerprint capabilities built in. Retina scanner. With appropriate lighting, the retina can be accurately identified as the blood vessels of the retina absorb light more readily than the surrounding tissue. Also focused on the eye is the iris scanner. So both retina scanners and iris scanners are physical devices, generally speaking. And voice recognition. So voice patterns can be stored in a database and used for authentication. And a couple of other relatively uncommon methods would include vein, so using blood vessels in the palm can be used as a biometric factor of authentication, or gait analysis, which is the way an individual walks. So identification or authentication using gait is possible even with lower resolution video. Biometric authentication is common today, not all of these methods obviously, but some may still raise privacy concerns with employees that should be addressed. And I wanted to save facial recognition for last, so this looks at the shape of the face and characteristics like the mouth, jaw, cheekbone, and nose. And here light and angle and direction can be a factor, especially in software. And I bring all this up because it's going to become increasingly common, I think. So facial recognition in Windows, called Windows Hello, was released with Windows 10, and it uses a special USB infrared camera, and as such is better than other facial recognition programs that can have problems with light. Though I will say Windows Hello had its own problems early on. But I think generally speaking, because we have facial recognition on an iPhone and we have fingerprint on many smartphones, these are two forms of biometrics that folks are relatively unalarmed in using in most cases, in my experience. There are also some details around errors in biometric authentication you should be familiar with for the exam. The key metric for errors in biometric is the crossover error rate. So your biometric methods identify users based on their physical characteristics, and the crossover error rate identifies the accuracy of a biometric method. Specifically, it shows where the false rejection rate is equal to the false acceptance rate. And if you want to move the crossover error rate higher or lower, you can increase or decrease the sensitivity of your biometric device. Let's go a bit further on false rejection and false acceptance. False acceptance occurs when an invalid subject is authenticated. This is sometimes called a false positive authentication. A false rejection occurs when a valid subject is rejected. This is sometimes called a false negative authentication. False acceptance is also called a type 2 error, false rejection a type 1 error, and false rejection is certainly undesirable, but false acceptance is worse. If a biometric system falsely rejects someone who should have access, we can correct that. If a biometric system falsely grants access to someone who should not have access, that's harder to walk back, and it may result in damage we can't undo. And for the exam, I would also remember that the acronym FAR is false acceptance rate and FRR is false rejection rate. Now we're going to move on to hard and soft tokens. There are a couple of concepts we need to get out of the way first, so hard and soft tokens fully make sense. The first is the HMAC-based one-time password, which uses a key hashed message authentication code, or an HMAC. It relies on two pieces of information. The seed, which is a secret known only by the token and a validating server, and the second is a moving factor, a counter. And similar, we have the time-based one-time password. It's based on the HMAC concept, but where the moving factor is time instead of a counter. And it uses time in increments called the time step, which is usually 30 or 60 seconds. And each one-time password is valid for the duration of the time step. If you've ever used an authenticator app, the Google Authenticator or the Microsoft Authenticator, and you have that 6-digit code that rotates every few seconds, that's a time-based one-time password. One more supporting concept and then we'll get down to business. So what is an oath token and how does it work? Well, oath stands for open authentication. It's an open standard that specifies how time-based one-time password codes are generated. I don't expect you're going to see oath in a question on the exam, but that brings us to soft authentication tokens. They are typically applications. The Authenticator app from Microsoft, for example, that gives you those one-time passwords, that's technically a soft authentication token. Then we have hard authentication tokens, which are small hardware devices. They look like a key fob. They display a code that refreshes every 30 or 60 seconds with the secret key or seed pre-programmed into the device. So I want to touch on the most common version of the software, or soft token. That's in an authentication application, more commonly known as an authenticator app. So it's a software-based authenticator that implements two-step verification services using either the time-based one-time password algorithm or the HMAC-based one-time password algorithm. And it's used for authenticating users of software applications. The two most common examples that come to mind are the Microsoft Authenticator and the Google Authenticator. And both the Microsoft and Google Authenticator generate their one-time passwords following the oath standard. And when you're out in the real world working with these, you'll sometimes hear HMAC and the time-based one-time tokens called oath tokens with some of these providers. I know Microsoft calls them oath tokens for sure. Push notifications. This is where the server is pushing down the authentication information to your mobile device. It uses the mobile device app to be able to receive the pushed message and display the authentication information. And as you're likely already aware, these apps are available on iOS and Android through their app stores. Next, we have the security key, which looks like a USB device. It works in conjunction with your password to provide multi-factor authentication. One example of a security key is the YubiKey, which is a FIPS 140-2 validation that provides code storage within a tamper-proof container. The syllabus also calls out password best practices. These should be pretty easy for you. So we have complexity, so complex passwords, sometimes known as strong passwords, are formulated using at least three of the following four groups: lowercase, uppercase characters, numbers, and special characters. Ideally with all four. Password length, so generally speaking, longer passwords are more secure, ideally 12 plus characters. So the work factor, the work required to break, to crack a longer password is higher. The next is reuse, which is another way of saying password history. So this prevents someone from reusing the same password. For example, if the number of passwords remembered is 12, only on the 13th change could it be reused. And we'll typically pair that reuse setting with a minimum age. So passwords should have a minimum age, so users cannot work around the reuse restriction. So for example, with a history of 12, minimum age of 1 day means it takes 13 days to return to the original password. Next, we have the password manager. So a password manager is designed to help users create, store, and manage secure passwords. It's stored locally, uses strong encryption, and protects secrets in the vault. And a password manager will typically support storing additional info like expiration, notes, URLs. Examples of password managers include LastPass, KeepPass, 1Password, and your web browsers on Windows and Mac OS, like Chrome and Edge, also provide built-in password managers. Next on the list is passwordless authentication. I want to talk to you about two common approaches. One is FIDO2. So FIDO2 uses public key or asymmetric cryptography for user authentication. The user has a physical device, usually a USB or NFC type device, and the authentication sequence goes something like this. The user provides their username, they get the cryptographic challenge, they use the FIDO key to sign the challenge, the service then grants them access. So another increasingly common passwordless approach is Windows Hello for Business. Just throwing this out there as another example. At the end of the day, we're trying to reduce users' reliance on passwords, which are the weakest form of authentication. So Windows Hello for Business is built into Windows 10 and it replaces passwords with strong two-factor authentication, so the users can authenticate with a Microsoft account, an Active Directory account, an Entra ID account, Microsoft's cloud identity platform used by Office 365 and Azure, identity provider services, or FIDO that we discussed just a moment ago. But Windows Hello is the personal version and it uses a PIN or biometric gesture, and Windows Hello for Business uses asymmetric keys that are going to be protected on the TPM that require a user gesture, a PIN, or a biometric to authenticate. So you're going to have multi-factor there, essentially. but it replaces password, so it's passwordless, just as is FIDO. So passwordless solves a few problems, and this is what you should most focus on for the exam. Strong passwords can be difficult to remember, and users will often reuse passwords on multiple sites, which means when you have a server breach on one site, it can expose that symmetric network credential, that password. And passwords are also subject to replay attacks, and users can also inadvertently expose their passwords due to phishing attacks. So when we get rid of passwords, users can no longer inadvertently expose their passwords in a phishing attack, so it reduces our phishing exposure. Alright, our last section in this session is Privileged Access Management Tools. So let's start by defining Privileged Access Management. So PAM, as it's often called, allows an organization to apply more stringent security controls over accounts with elevated privileges, like your admin or root level accounts. And they often employ just-in-time permissions. This is a concept in which administrators request activation of administrative privilege when they are needed. The activation expires after a set period of time, and the privileges are revoked. That time is generally measured in minutes or hours, and users can also, in most of these services, self-revoke so they can indicate that they're done and end that elevation. Next, we have password vaulting, which allows users to access privileged accounts without needing to know a password. It often allows privileged credentials to be checked out as needed, and it ensures that passwords are available for emergencies and outages. Password vaulting is sometimes used with PAM solutions. And last but not least, we have ephemeral credentials. So these automatically expire after a brief period of time, usually just a few minutes. They're commonly used in scenarios where temporary time-bound access is required. Often used in PAM scenarios where short-lived credentials are needed. We need privilege for a short period of time, often a few minutes to maybe a few hours. For the exam, also remember ephemeral credentials enhance security by minimizing the exposure window for unauthorized access. And that's a wrap on 4.6. So here we are in the 7th installment of Domain 4, where we're going to focus on automation and orchestration. More specifically, the syllabus asks us to explain the importance of automation and orchestration related to secure operations. And at a high level, the topics in this section are answering 3 questions. What should you automate? Here are the use cases that are recommended in the Security Plus syllabus. Why should you automate? So the benefits of said automation and orchestration, and other considerations when you're deciding how to go about it. But before we get into use cases, I want to unpack the difference between orchestration and automation, just to get you in the right frame of mind for our discussion here. So we'll compare automation and orchestration side by side here. Automation typically involves mechanizing a single process or a few related tasks. Orchestration, on the other hand, manages automated tasks to form complete workflows. Automation aims to reduce manual effort and improve efficiency, where orchestration focuses on enhancing our overall security posture. After all, our focus in the exam is security, right? Security operations, more specifically. So what are some examples of each? Well, automation, we have patch management, scanning for malware and maybe creating a report, resetting user passwords or changing group memberships. Fairly targeted, specific, and fairly small tasks. On the orchestration side, we have automating incident response, orchestrating actions across tools in incident response, automating an end-to-end security workflow. Perhaps touching our identity platform, our firewalls, and our endpoints, all in a single workflow. And if we think about it from a tooling perspective, automation is task-level focus, usually single tool, often simple scripts in PowerShell or shell scripts, where orchestration is process-focused and coordinating and integrating across tools. The integration may touch our XDR, our firewalls, our endpoints, our SIM system. Often in the context of our conversations here on security, we're talking about Security Orchestration, Automation, and Response, or SOAR. Let's get into use cases. The Security Plus syllabus calls out some common use cases for automation and scripting and security operations that benefit most organizations. So they're going to want you to be familiar with the use cases they're calling out in the syllabus. So user and resource provisioning, old school automation, nothing new there. Guardrails, putting some boundaries around our automation. Security groups, nothing exciting here. We're talking about utility functions. Ticket creation and escalation, now we're getting into areas where we have to respond to issues and incidents. Enabling and disabling services and access, so tightening up our security posture. Continuous integration and testing, and integrations and APIs. So now we're talking more about modern automation. But at the end of the day, we expect that we'll be automating common scenarios, actions that need to be repeated over and over again. Actions that, when left to 100% manual effort, result in control gaps in our security. So let's work our way down this list. Automating user provisioning and potentially deprovisioning, so basically handling both ends of the lifecycle, ensures that access control is maintained efficiently and securely and consistently. When we make sure the necessary tasks get done and we take the human error out of the equation, we're preventing unauthorized access and maintaining the principle of least privilege, one of the tenets of zero trust architecture. And we have resource provisioning. So automation can be used to create, configure, and decommission resources like VMs, our storage, our networks. And here again, it helps maintain a standardized, secure environment while reducing the potential for human error and configuration drift. And guardrails are automated guardrails, is what we're talking about here, that can enforce security policies and ensure that security best practices are consistently followed. And this is 100% prevalent in the cloud today. We set up policy-based guardrails that prevent admins from deploying virtual machines that are too large, for example, from deploying too many of one kind of resource, from deploying resources that don't match our naming conventions or our security settings. But it sets acceptable boundaries that can be enforced without the need for human review. It's not to say on occasion we don't need to deploy a really large VM for a database server, for example, but that's going to go through some sort of exception process. And maybe it still gets deployed out of a CI pipeline from our DevOps organization, but it goes through some exception process. And escalation. Automation can certainly be used to escalate security incidents or events based on the right criteria. We can route to appropriate personnel or teams based on predetermined criteria, improving our response times. Faster response reduces the potential impact of security threats. So ticket creation. Automated ticket creation can be used to streamline incident response processes. This is really about routing the response work. We light up the ticket, we assign it to a team, and response is in motion. It ensures that issues are quickly reported and assigned to the appropriate teams for resolution. We can use automation to manage our security groups. It ensures that access controls are consistently applied and updated. And if we automate that task, so it includes situations like when a user changes their job roles, for example, then we can prevent permissions creep, which we often see in situations where folks are managing group memberships manually. We see a user retain all the permissions from their old job and they're simply granted the new permissions they need for the role they're moving into. And we have enabling or disabling services and access. So whether we're shutting off unneeded services or setting up deny rules on a firewall access list, this helps us maintain a secure environment by limiting unnecessary access and reducing potential attack surfaces. And even in simple scripting scenarios, you'll often see these activities templated. I can write a PowerShell script that accepts parameters, so I can deploy a VM that is a web server versus a VM that is an application server versus a VM that is a database server. Maybe my script uses a different VM template each time. If I'm in the DevOps world, maybe I'm kicking off a pipeline, a CI pipeline with different parameters each time. But it's going to make sure that I have functionally appropriate infrastructure deployed in an automated and consistent and secure way. And then we have continuous integration and testing. But automation is a must for continuous integration and testing processes. It ensures that our code is consistently reviewed, tested, and deployed in a secure manner, which helps prevent the introduction of vulnerabilities into our production environment. So we could spend hours talking about DevOps, DevSecOps, CI/CD. And increasingly today we see integrations at the API level. Automations can be used to integrate various security tools and platforms, enabling real-time communication and orchestration. So when we select tools that have standards-based APIs like REST APIs, this ensures interoperability, but it's a feature you should verify before you adopt tools. Make sure you have APIs so when you try to incorporate those tools into your workflows, into your orchestration, they have interfaces that allow you to do so. And if you're using tools like Microsoft's Power Automate or Logic App, or you're using a third party like Zapier, many of these automation and orchestration tools will have pre-created connectors that you can simply light up and put in your credentials or your endpoint, and the integration is more or less free. You just do some simple configuration in their tooling's UI, user interface. And most tools these days are written or created with interoperability in mind, but you need to verify before adoption. Let's move on to benefits. So automation and orchestration can deliver several benefits to security operations and the organization on the whole if we make good automation decisions in choosing where we spend our time to automate. It's going to bring benefits in terms of costs to our people, to our security posture. The organization wins in the process. So certainly efficiency and time savings, enforcing our configurations and our baselines, setting ourselves up to scale in a secure manner when we need to scale. We can make things better for our employees and improve our employee retention, improve our reaction time, of course, by automating some of our responses. And it really becomes a workforce multiplier. We'll unpack exactly what is meant by that phrase in a moment. So let's run down the list of benefits. We can gain efficiencies, significantly reduce the time required for various tasks, and automating high-frequency, high-effort tasks allows IT and security teams to focus on more strategic and high-value activities. And really, to gain those efficiencies, you have to know your automation ROI before you build. You need to understand how much time do we spend on activities X, Y, and Z in a given week. So if it takes me a week to automate those tasks, how much time am I going to gain back over the months and years? Automation can help us with consistent enforcement of security baselines and our policies across our organization's infrastructure. It ensures all of our systems and applications are configured in a secure manner, and any deviations are quickly addressed. Remember, we talked about configuration enforcement earlier in the series. It should absolutely be automated, templated, through policy, through scripting, through orchestration tools. Standard infrastructure configuration. So automation enables organizations to maintain standard configurations that adhere to security best practices. And this type of automation, which would see frequent reuse, is in and of itself strategic. Infrastructure standards can be as simple as standardizing a VM configuration, but it can certainly get much more complex into standardizing our containerization, for example, how we deploy a Kubernetes cluster, as one example. And because this takes more effort, maybe first we focus on some of those high-frequency tasks that are lower effort, so we can then redirect some of our human resources, some of our team, to these strategic high-value activities. And then there's scaling in a secure manner. So automation allows organizations to scale their operations securely and efficiently. It can ensure that security measures are consistently applied and maintained without the need to grow staff. When we make good automation decisions, when we establish the right priorities, we can do more work with fewer people. Employee retention. So automating repetitive and time-consuming tasks can increase job satisfaction by enabling employees to focus on more engaging and strategic work. It can contribute to higher employee retention rates and a more motivated workforce. I'm a firm believer, and I think evidence shows people enjoy challenging, engaging, strategic, important work over the drudgery of the day-to-day utility tasks that we failed to automate. So definitely lots of people benefits we're seeing. We can improve our reaction time. So automation can help improve the organization's reaction time to security incidents and vulnerabilities, even if it's only what we'd call semi-automated. Perhaps we're automating the investigation but not fully automating the response. But if we're automating half the work that's high effort and frequent, we get a benefit there in reaction time. We can more quickly detect, report, and address issues, minimizing the potential impact and reducing response time. And when done right, automation acts as a workforce multiplier. It allows IT and security teams to manage more systems and processes without the need for additional personnel and without the need for a bunch of overtime. It can result in cost savings for the organization and a more efficient allocation of our resources. These are all the happy, shiny benefits of automation. Now let's look at the other side of the coin and talk about the other considerations. Because automation and orchestration can bring negative consequences to the organization if they don't avoid these pitfalls, and there are several. And these are potential impacts to consider in the envisioning or design phase. When we're identifying the processes we wish to automate, when we're selecting the tools that we're going to use to perform that automation. We need to be mindful of complexity. Too much complexity can actually leave us in a situation that is worse than where we start. We can increase our cost, create single points of failure, create technical debt, and ultimately ongoing supportability issues. So avoiding these pitfalls is key to automation that is supportable, maintainable, and cost-effective for the long term. So let's dig in. Starting with complexity. So when we implement automation and scripting, it can add complexity to our infrastructure and our processes. We need to ensure that the added complexity is manageable for our people and it doesn't introduce new vulnerabilities or challenges in the process. When we're choosing tools, we need to make sure we have the skills on staff or on contract who can use the automation and orchestration tools, who can write the scripts. It tends to be a specialized skill set, and this effort of an organization-wide automation and orchestration effort is one that takes months or years in a good-sized organization. You're not going to wave a magic wand and find a tool that solves all your problems overnight when it comes to process automation. So cost is another concern. When we're out choosing the tools we're going to automate with, it can lead to cost savings in the long run, but the initial investment in tools, infrastructure, and training may be significant. And the organization has to weigh the cost and benefits because subscription automation platforms, for example, can eat into your savings. So we have to weigh the costs and benefits before embarking on an automation project. As many times in the world of automation and orchestration today, we're using cloud-based services, SaaS tools often, and they come at a monthly cost, a subscription cost where we're paying for what we use. And depending on that subscription billing model, costs can add up. And we can also potentially create single points of failure. So over-reliance on a single automation tool or platform can create a single point of failure in some cases. For example, if we choose a vendor who then goes out of business. What if we're using a cloud automation platform that's a SaaS solution and the company goes out of business overnight? We're now stuck. So we need to make sure that we establish redundancy so we can fall back. We have to keep the trains running. We need to be wary of technical debt. So as tools evolve, there may be a need to update or replace existing scripts and integrations. And this can result in technical debt where outdated or poorly maintained scripts or runbooks cause issues or vulnerabilities. So we need to plan for regular updates or reviews to mitigate our risk. If we maintain a proactive posture, we can keep ahead, a step or two ahead of those maintenance needs so it doesn't pile up and become a great big project. And then ongoing supportability. We need to ensure solutions are maintainable and supportable to deliver long-term success. And this includes training, documentation, monitoring, and updating. We need to consider the resources required to maintain before we start. And before we start is the key phrase, because we don't want to get through a big automation project and then find that we need more people or different people to help us maintain the solution or to operate the solution. Because then we simply negate, we erase all of those benefits that we just talked about. That's a wrap on 4.7, bringing us to section 4.8, where we're focused on incident response. More specifically, the syllabus asks us to explain incident response activities. And I'm going to give you a clearer, more detailed, more concise explanation than you will even get from the official study guide here. This is a short session, but it's going to be very revealing in terms of what it teaches you around incident response for exam day. So when we look at the syllabus, we have process, from preparation to lessons learned, 7 steps there. Training, testing, root cause analysis, threat hunting, and digital forensics. Digital forensics and evidence handling, butts up against the law. I find that to be a fascinating topic. But the key topic here, if we were to pick a most important, is right here. The 7 phases of incident response. Maybe you recognize that, maybe you didn't, but the fact that it just says process, it's a bit under the covers there. So we're going to start right there with incident response and those 7 phases. So we have preparation, detection, analysis, containment, eradication, recovery, and lessons learned. And that represents the 7 phases of incident response. So let's park that over here. We've got our 7 steps, or phases. We're going to talk through key activities at each phase, and I'm going to break down some terminology for you so you understand it well for the exam. The preparation phase. This is where incident response plans are written, configurations are documented, the team is formed, we are preparing. Detection. This is where we're monitoring events. We're using tools like SIM, SOAR, XDR, IDS and IPS, and anything that's UBA, User Entity Behavior Analysis enabled, to identify potential threats. Analysis. We're analyzing detected events to verify if the events identify an actual incident. Answering that question, is it really an incident? In phase 4, containment, we are limiting the damage. We're reducing the scope of the incident declared in the analysis phase. Key point there, it's really in analysis that we declare, yes, this is an incident. And then eradication, once the affected systems are identified, we have coordinated isolation or shutdown, rebuild, and the notifications around that to make sure we do it in the most non-disruptive way possible. Then in recovery, root cause is addressed, and it's time to return to normal operations. We are returning the environment to its normal state. And lessons learned is exactly what it sounds like. We're going to review what we've just gone through in this incident response to identify the root cause. We're going to go through a root cause analysis so we can prevent this from happening again in the future. It might cause us to change documentation. It might cause us to provide some training to some people. We might change some tooling. We might go get some new tooling. We might change the way our tooling works together to close that control gap, whatever it was. Now we're going to go through some key terminology you should be familiar with. Where we have our first term I think you need to be familiar with. And here a key activity is triage. It's the initial assessment and prioritization of an incident. It's determining the severity and scope of the incident. Assessing whether or not it is an actual incident. Moving on to containment, where we're limiting the damage of the incident. We have a couple of key terms here. The first is containment, which attempts to limit and control the incident from spreading. So for example, disconnecting infected hosts from the network. And mitigation. These are the steps taken to reduce the severity of the incident, where the organization begins to take actions necessary to fix the incident. And moving on to the eradication phase, you should know the meaning of eradication, which involves removing artifacts of the incident, like the malware, backdoors, or other elements that led to our problem. So for example, completely wiping and reinstalling compromised systems. Cleanup of a fashion. And then in the recovery phase, we have recovery, which is restoring affected systems and services back to normal operations. And that's the key phrase, back to normal. So addressing the root causes of the incident. For example, restoring data from backups and bringing production systems back online. Returning the environment back to its previous normal state. So that's the incident response process. Let's move on to training. An incident response team is composed of employees with expertise in different areas, and together they have the knowledge and skills to respond to an incident, which often come through extensive training. Those skills don't come for free. Training includes concepts such as how to identify and validate an incident, to triage, communicate, and contain the incident, to collect and protect evidence, and to recover from an incident. So investigators also learn how to become better prepared by retrospectively analyzing the incident and reporting on the findings. Lessons learned, that root cause analysis we talked about in the incident response process. Next, we have testing. These are types of incident response exercises. And there are two major types of tests you should be familiar with for the exam. The first is the tabletop exercise, where you distribute copies of the incident response plans to members of the incident response team for their review. And then the team walks through the plan in the context of a specific incident, often known only to the person who's coordinating the tabletop exercise before they reveal it at the session. And the team will walk through the incident looking at their plan and provide feedback about any updates needed to keep the plan current. But that tabletop exercise is paper-based, it's hypothetical. And the other is the simulation, which is similar to the tabletop exercise, except some of the response measures are then tested on non-critical functions. So this one involves some form of doing. Next, we have root cause analysis. This is the process that focuses on identifying the underlying cause for an issue or a compromise. It aims to identify how to fix the underlying problems that allowed the event or incident to occur in the first place. It ensures that any systemic issues that led to the problem are also addressed. Findings will be captured in a report for stakeholders and should include actionable recommendations. The goal is to learn from the incident and prevent future recurrence of a similar incident. Next, we have threat hunting. This is a process of proactively and regularly seeking out cybersecurity threats inside your network from attackers and malware threats, as though your environment has already been compromised. So there's some external input that can be very helpful to threat hunters, and that is threat intelligence. So there's intelligence fusion. These fusion centers in the US and abroad play an important role in countering cyber threats and attacks by gathering, analyzing, aggregating, and sharing threat information. And that threat information can include a variety of indicators of compromise and information about bad actors, and it comes from a variety of sources. The intelligence fusion involves both industry and government collaborating in that gathering, analyzing, aggregating, and sharing. And threat hunters will often leverage threat feeds, which enable organizations to stay informed about indicators of compromise. These threat intelligence feeds show us indicators of compromise related to various threats that could adversely affect the network. Our threat hunters operate under the presumption of compromise. This proactive exercise assumes that we have already been compromised and we're out there looking for malicious activity. And threat intelligence feeds often integrate directly with our security tools. Our tools will often consume the data from those threat intelligence feeds and enrich the visibility we have in our search. For example, if the threat intelligence feed tells our tooling that a particular endpoint is known malicious, the tooling can light that endpoint up as red in some visual dashboard or other interface. So with those threat intelligence feeds, our tooling can be updated in near real time with information about emerging threats. And we want our team to consume advisories and bulletins which provide good advice on how to keep the company safe. Advisories tend to be released by government-funded agencies. Bulletins tend to be released by vendors or private companies. And that brings us to digital forensics. Two important concepts you need to know for exam day here include legal hold, which protects any documents that can be used in evidence from being altered or destroyed. Legal hold is sometimes called a litigation hold, as litigation refers to legal action. Another important term is chain of custody, which tracks the movement of evidence through its collection, safeguarding, and analysis life cycle. The chain of custody documents each person who handled the evidence, the date and time it was collected or transferred, and the purpose for the transfer. It confirms appropriate collection, storage, and handling throughout its life, from the moment it was collected until the moment it is shown in court. And under U.S. law, if you can't show that demonstrable chain of custody, if that chain is broken anywhere along the way, the evidence is typically going to be thrown out. So let's talk about what it takes for evidence to be admissible in a court of law. So to be admissible, evidence must be relevant to a fact at issue in the case. It has to make that fact either more or less probable than without the evidence, depending on which direction you're trying to prove. The fact must be material to the case, so the evidence needs to be important in proving the case. It must be competent or legally collected, so competent means reliable here. But again, obtained by legal means. And to prevail in court, evidence must be sufficient, which means convincing without question, leaving no doubt. The accuser is trying to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. The defendant or the accused is trying to inject doubt or demonstrate that there is in fact doubt. So what is the importance of collecting evidence? Because as soon as you discover an incident, you have to begin to collect evidence and as much information about the incident as possible. Evidence can be used in a subsequent legal action or in finding the attacker's identity. The evidence can also assist you in determining the extent of damage. So let's talk about where we can find evidence when we're thinking about a security breach. So certainly on a hard drive, was the storage media itself damaged, we can look in volatile memory, RAM. Page file and swap file used for running applications when RAM is exhausted may contain information. The operating system, was there corruption of data associated with the OS, or can we save from there? If the OS isn't corrupted and we have logs available, the security log, the system log, the application log, we're going to want to gather all that. Then there's the device itself. So when police are taking evidence from laptops, desktops, and mobile devices, they take a complete system image, what we'd call a forensic image. So the original image is kept intact, it's then installed on another computer, it's hashed, and then analyzed to find evidence of any criminal activity. We maintain the original and we work from a copy. So firmware, embedded code, could be reverse engineered by an attacker, so original source code would be compared to the code that was in use at the time of the breach. A coding expert can compare both lots of source code in a technique called regression testing. And rootkits and backdoors are concerned, so they'd be looking for evidence that there's a difference between original code and what was being used at the time of the breach to see if the system was compromised. A snapshot, so if the evidence from a virtual machine, we use a snapshot that we can then export for investigation. Cache, which is special high-speed storage that can be either a reserved section of main memory or an independent high-speed storage device. So memory and cache are both volatile, and we'll talk about volatility here in just a moment. The network. So the OS includes command line tools like netstat that provide information that could disappear if you reboot the computer. So, like RAM, network connections are volatile and they're lost on reboot, or even with the passage of time. When referring to evidence, you may hear the word artifacts, which can refer to any piece of evidence, including log files, registry hives, DNA, fingerprints, or fibers of clothing, invisible to the naked eye. Really just about any piece of evidence. So when we're thinking about digital forensics and an attack, if there were physical aspects to this attack that we could catch on video, then CCTV could be a good source of evidence for helping to identify attackers and the time the attack was launched. So when the crime involves an attacker breaching our facilities, for example, that can be vital in apprehending suspects and reconstructing the timeline of events. So the timelines, the sequence of events, will be very important. So timestamps. Each file has timestamps showing when the files were created, last modified, last accessed. We need to think about the time offset. Where evidence is collected across multiple time zones, you have to record the offset based on time zone. So for example, reading the time offset, if it looks like it started in Chicago, but then we apply normalization when it's 4 a.m. in London, the time in Chicago is 10 p.m. So in the digital forensics process, investigators may also use tags, what we call e-discovery tags. They're virtual sticky notes or labels attached to documents, making them easier to search and find. These can be helpful in keeping the legal team organized as they're building a defensible case. So I talked about volatility just a moment ago. So I want to talk to you about volatility and the order of volatility, because to determine what happened on a system, you need a copy of the data. But what evidence should you collect first? Well, if it disappears on system reboot, power loss, or through the passage of time, it is considered volatile. So if we were to quantify that volatility in approximate order from most to least, CPU cache and registers are very volatile, where data stored in an archival media or backup is not at all volatile. And going down the list from most to least, we have routing tables and ARP caches, which are going to time out and disappear, live network connections that are going to be gone with a reboot, RAM gone with a reboot, temporary file system and swap or page files, which can be around across reboots for sure, but are definitely temporary in nature. But as we get to the bottom of the list, data on a hard disk, remotely logged data, data in an archive is going to be not at all volatile. For the exam, remember this: the volatile data, the data that is perishable, should be collected first. Which brings us to the topic of evidence preservation. Evidence needs to be preserved in its original state so it can be produced as evidence in court. That is to say, original data must remain unaltered and pristine. And that's where a forensic copy of evidence can come in handy. So what is a forensic copy exactly? It's an exact sector-by-sector copy of a hard disk or other storage device taken using specialized software which preserves an exact copy of the original disk. So deleted files, slack space, system files, executables, documents renamed to mimic system files and executables are all part of a forensic image. Putting a copy of the most vital evidence on a worm drive will prevent any tampering with the evidence because you can't delete data from a worm drive. WORM stands for Write Once, Read Many. You could also write, protect, or put a legal hold on some types of cloud storage, making that storage immutable, unwritable, unchangeable, essentially locking that storage after we place our evidence there. And to preserve original evidence, investigators will work with that forensic copy, leaving the original to remain unaltered and pristine. So when we think of that chain of custody, evidence storage also comes into play. So just thinking about the concerns for evidence storage, we want to know how to retain logs, drive images, VM snapshots, and other data sets for recovery and internal or forensic investigations. So protections for storage may include lock cabinets or safes, dedicated or isolated storage facilities, offline storage or immutable storage that we talked about a moment ago, making sure that where this storage is maintained is access restricted and we track any activity in or out of that facility. Hash management and encryption, also important. Remember, if we take a hash of an image, we can take another hash of that image later, and if the two do not match, we know that the integrity of that data has been compromised. Let's move on to e-discovery. E-discovery, also called electronic discovery, is the process of identifying, preserving, collecting, processing, reviewing, and producing electronically stored information in litigation. The digital forensics process involves identifying, preserving, collecting, recovering, analyzing, and reporting on digital information. And in fact, in a cloud scenario during e-discovery, cloud service providers, the CSP, may be subpoenaed to allow collection, review, and interpretation of electronic documents and data. So what exactly is the difference between digital forensics and e-discovery? Well, computer forensics involves the use of a forensic expert to protect data integrity and to copy, capture, recover the data that's stored on a device. E-discovery firms typically do not analyze the data they collect. Forensic investigators, on the other hand, have specialized training enabling them to analyze data, protect data integrity, and to recover missing or deleted data. So e-discovery is about gathering the data. So let's talk about data recovery, because sometimes bad actors will try to cover their tracks by deleting data. And that's where forensic data recovery comes into play. It's a process used to retrieve data that will be used for legal purposes. Investigators have to work with information in a way that will not change or compromise the original source. They can use a variety of techniques to fill in missing pieces or to make information meaningful. For example, restoring a damaged or deleted partition, looking for traces of information which could reveal how and when the partition was used. And these special skills could be critical when working with computers seeded with safety measures to prevent legal investigations. It's going to require special procedures to recover. So e-discovery works in conjunction with digital forensics. Their functions are complementary. So a key difference here is forensic data recovery requires specialized training and knowledge, where it's less true with e-discovery. For example, some of the security tooling around Office 365 makes it possible for a layperson to perform searches based on litigation request and to mark that information as part of a legal hold. But forensic requires specialized talent. So let's talk about reporting. Now, after analyzing all the relevant evidence, digital forensic experts create a report documenting their findings. So what's typically in the report? There is no set format, but they often document the tactics, techniques, and procedures used in an attack. And there are a few common elements in the typical report: an executive summary of findings and recommendations, a list of forensic tools used in the investigation, and if you use tools that are not suited to the task, that will come up in court. That will be challenged by the other team's lawyers. A list of evidence collected and analyzed, findings derived from the evidence analysis, and recommendations based on the findings. That's a wrap on 4.8. So here in section 4.9, our focus will be data sources. So here the syllabus asks us to use data sources to support an investigation. So we're going to talk about log data, and then we're going to talk about other complementary or supporting data sources. And these are many of the logs that will be collected and aggregated by a security information and event management system, a SEM solution. And I mention that because bringing all those logs together is going to ease investigation. So let's quickly revisit a visual from section 4.1, where we talked about log ingestion with a SEM solution. So the SEM is our central point of aggregation. So our SQL database logs, whether those are IaaS or PaaS database instances, we dump those logs into our SEM. Identity as a service, our cloud identity platforms, our hybrid identity, typically we're going to be dumping that into the SEM through an API. Network appliances, physical and virtual appliances, typically via syslog. Our XDR solutions, endpoint activity data, virtual machines. We can typically deploy a local agent of some sort that will allow us to send various log data up, syslog from Linux, your event logs from the Windows side. Then your CASB, which helps with tracking your protected data usage. So there we're going to send usage alerts and events over to our SEM. All just a few examples. Many of your SEM solutions will have dozens, if not hundreds, of connectors. And it's important to investigation because it accelerates investigation through aggregation of those logs and at least semi-automation of investigation in many cases using the SOAR capability. Certainly faster to query across all those logs in a single central location as opposed to running individual queries across network, infrastructure, and application endpoints. But let's dig into our data sources and talk about our log data. So from an investigation perspective, by examining specific types of logs, you can pinpoint when and where malicious activities took place. So for example, with firewall logs, we can track network traffic entering and leaving our network. Now that's in the case of north-south traffic, but with east-west traffic, we can also investigate traffic that's moving around within our environment. If it's passing through the firewall, it should get logged, we can collect that. But they record the traffic allowed or blocked by the firewall based on predefined rules. We talked about rule-based access control, which is the access control implementation we see in firewalls. We have application logs, which capture the events and activities within specific applications. Of course, that's going to vary by application, but it can provide insights into user actions, errors, and anomalies within the application. Not all apps are created equal. And next, we have endpoint logs. So these are generated by your individual devices or endpoints. So on the client side, your desktops or laptops. On the server side, your physical servers or your virtual machines. And they record system events, they record user activities, they record security-related information specific to each endpoint. And when you think about that fact, just having to query those individually would be quite a task, thus the mention of centralization to facilitate easier investigation. And you have OS-specific security logs. So these are generated by the operating system and they focus on security-related events very narrowly. So that's the security event log on Windows, it's syslog on Linux. And this can include information about user logins, privileged account activities, and your system configurations. You have intrusion prevention, intrusion detection systems, IPS and IDS, which record detected security threats, suspicious activities, and potential attacks on the network. Your IPS logs will include entries of the threats they block. Intrusion detection will log a threat, potentially alert on a threat, but it's not going to block it. And then we have our network logs. These capture traffic and activities related to our network, traffic flowing through our network devices. From a device perspective, we're talking about routers and switches primarily. The logging typically happens via syslog, the same facility you'd see with Linux. In fact, most network devices, in my experience, we're forwarding our syslogs over to a Linux syslog server often. And this can include information about the network connections, data transfers, and communication between devices. And then we have metadata. So metadata is data about other data created as part of files, documents, database transactions, and quite a bit more actually. So in terms of files, that would mean file information like created date, who created it, when it was modified, and when it was last accessed. Email metadata would include items like the header, who sent it, who they sent it to, and when they sent it. On the web, that would include items in the header of a web page like the title, the character set, and other info developers add using the meta tag. Mobile is a rich data source of evidence for investigators because it includes the user's location, their call history, their message history, their website history, any tracking that happens automatically because of their device configuration or their app configurations. If you think about all of the functions the average user performs in a day's time on a mobile device, that can be the best source of information in some situations. And more generally, there's metadata related to endpoints, devices, and management platforms that can enrich your SEM data. So the metadata logs that would include data about the data in log entries like timestamps, source and destination IP, user and device identifiers in your management platforms. And you'll have some elements of your device properties that change over time, so this is a way to track some of those changes. But in the real world, when aggregating logs, timestamps are going to be important when we're bringing all of those disparate log types together. So this metadata helps security solutions, your SEM and XDR solutions, in correlating events and understanding the sequence of logged activities. And the syllabus refers to some additional data sources that can augment our log data. And what they're talking about there are data sources that offer additional insights to complement logs in the investigation of security incidents. For example, your vulnerability scans, which provide insight into potential vulnerabilities in systems, networks, and applications. We've talked about that before. But the scan reports can reveal if unpatched weaknesses might be exploited in the current incident. You may be able to make use of automated reports generated by security tools and systems that automatically collect and analyze data. So this can provide a high-level overview of suspicious activity and help us to prioritize our investigation efforts. If we're going to do some proactive threat hunting, this may give us a lead on what we want to hunt for. Essentially visibility into recent suspicious activity. And another potential source is dashboards, which offer a centralized view of security metrics and alerts, and analyzing trends and spikes in these dashboards can help identify ongoing attacks or emerging threats, often showing us trends and changes in trends, anomalies, if you will. And last but not least, we have packet capture. So packet captures provide detailed information about the data being transmitted, including the contents of the packet. So this can reveal malicious content within packets, identify the source of the attack, or reveal exactly how vulnerabilities are exploited. So where reports and dashboards are taking us top-down, packet captures are quite the opposite. They're revealing protocol-level details, so coming bottom-up. And probably not the first tool we'll resort to, but if we're performing an investigation and we need to get down to the causal factors, digging into the protocol level may give us that last few yards that fully answers exactly how a vulnerability was exploited into a full-blown attack. Well, my friends, that brings us to the end of Section 4.9 and indeed the end of Domain 4. I hope you're getting value from the series. As always, if you have questions, leave them in the comments below the video or reach out directly on LinkedIn. Always happy to help where I can. I'll look forward to seeing you back here in the next day or so to kick off Domain 5. And until next time, take care and stay safe.